Gentlemen. My name is Keen Decker, and I'm here to invite you to an evening not like most others. An evening where 4 streamers are pitted up against one another in hopes for fame and fortune. Will one streamer rise to the top and unlock fortunes like no other? Or will they all fall victim to the horrors of Marth's Dungeon?
Like, oh god, okay. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Marth's Dungeon. I swear, wait, please. Okay, so I feel like
the same thing.
Yeah, Druzy literally said the verbatim, like the exact same thing. It was so funny.
Yeah, I said to get that out. I'm sorry.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is episode 26 of Marth's Dungeon. We left off lastly with a game show episode. And prior to that, as a recap for the campaign episode, Alice ended up running away from the manor as there was kind of no other direct solution other than probably getting caught. Burdame, as well as quite a few other people in Trell, were highly suspicious that that Alice came in with Marth, as well as a couple of other people. So they ended up searching Marth's castle for Alice in hopes that they probably wouldn't have any affiliation with her, but they did spot her inside the dungeons. She was trying to reclaim her golden toilet before she left the castle. As Burdame and his men see this, Burdame orders his men to capture Marth and place him under arrest. And Marth casts a sleeping spell on all of them. As Marth casts a sleeping spell on them, he asks Alice to help him bring the men into the cells, tells her that she can never show her face in Trell again, or else it's kind of adios for pretty much everybody in the party, and to meet him as well as the other party members a couple hours from now, a couple of miles away from the border. And so Alice ends up leaving, which we will get to in just a second, and Max makes his happy way in here, comes down the stairs, and he finds... Hold on here. He finds Marth with a bunch of soldiers who are knocked out. And Max very frantically asks Marth what is going on, and Marth tells him that there's really not much time to go fetch him someone. They need to work quickly. Max ends up coming back with none other than Lookdown. And Max asks him if he wants him to find someone else. Marth essentially tells him that there's no time. They need to do what they need to do right now, which was to kind of change the entire story of why Burdame is coming into the castle with his men, the entire situation, to kind of portray it as Marth asked them to come to find the culprit, Alice. And Marth asks Lookdown very, very pleadingly to help him in Marth's dungeon, in this kind of dreamscape. Lookdown, while not really understanding, ultimately ends up denying him as Marth asks him to fight like a kind of dream version of Alice. And so Lookdown kind of heads back up. Is there anywhere you would like to go, Lookdown?
To the cafeteria.
To the cafeteria. You head down and into the cafeteria here.
I grab a fuck ton of food. Like, whatever I can, like, feasibly carry. I grab a little bit of everything.
Okay.
And then I go back to my room.
Perfect. Grab a bunch of food, kind of whatever fits in your hands. Do you do the kind of thing... Oh, go ahead.
You know, I was gonna say I do it in that way that like when like a kid's like I got an idea and like they think they're kind of being stealthy but quick at the same time.
Yeah.
And they're very very conspicuous. I'm doing that.
Luckily, there's nobody here to spot you being suspicious
Yeah,
other than Agatha. So you head back upstairs. You kind of just kind of go down the hallway here, and Agatha just spots you, and just looks at you for a second, and
I
stares.
stop and give a look back. And then keep going.
Perfect. You head back upstairs and run into your room.
I close the door behind me.
Okay. Close the door right behind you as you enter your room. How are you doing this, by the way? Were you running back in? 'Cause
Yes.
you kind of okay.
It was very conspicuous. Like it was very obvious he was trying to be inconspicuous.
Beautiful. And you close the door behind you.
Yes. And then I kind of sit in my chair. I put the food down, like just on the floor, kind
Yeah.
of like to the right side of the room.
Right around here.
Yes. And I sit in the chair, and I just kind of contemplate for a little bit.
Perfect. And as you are kind of doing that, Mr. Thames, you are kind of working on Pivot's mask. And this takes you a little bit, doesn't take you too long. Is there anything that you wish to do post that?
I'll go take a look to see if they're still, like, giving the guided tour. 'Cause it's probably been a little while at this point.
You take a step out of your forge, your forge, and you see kind of just Valrizzi chilling in the hall. He's flipping a gold coin, just like up and down in his hand.
Are they still here?
Huh? Oh,
And he kind of like wraps his hands around his like stomach.
the one with the jacket. He headed downstairs.
Tim's just trying to think of, like, the one with the jacket until it clicks. See. No, I mean the soldiers.
They went downstairs as well, while back. They haven't come back up.
I shall see if there is anything. Have you heard any fighting noises, anything like that?
No, not that I really can think of. Only thing I saw was El Doozy running up the stairs a couple minutes ago.
Right. And then I'll go walk down to the basement.
Perfect. Walk down to the basement here. You
Another
come.
relative.
Yeah, another relative will look down. You head down the stairs, and in the hallway is kind of just Agatha, sitting back up against the wall.
I just ignore Agatha. I'm not gonna lie, just keep walking.
You're going to the basement dungeons. Where you like to head?
I'll take a... Can I, like, hear any talking or anything like that?
I am gonna say probably no talking. No. Give me an observation check though.
Okay. Looks like A7.
You don't really hear much of anything. Seems pretty dead quiet.
Alright, then I'll check the cafeteria.
Perfect. You head down through the cafeteria here, And as you kind of make your way into the cafeteria, you don't find anybody. You see that the room has been kind of well used and not cleaned up after. Seems like a couple of things have been rummaged through.
Sounds about right. I'll go check the dungeons and.
Perfect. And as you kind of make your way to the hall of the dungeon, you hear the subtle sounds of Maxwell snoring.
Does it look like Marth is in like a trance?
Yeah, so as you kind of head down the hallway here, you see Marth is indeed also sleeping.
And if I were to look and peer in the cells, would I see anything?
Yeah, you would definitely see. You kind of make your way down, and you look off to your left, and you see Burdame as well as Maxwell kind of sleeping. Burdame is in the cell, locked into the cell, and down this way you see several guards also sleeping in a cell.
Gotcha. Then after seeing this, I will instead, actually, let me ask, do I know Marth is in, like, a spell? Have I seen him do this before?
Let's see. Have you ever seen him cast the sleeping spell? You didn't in the bog. You didn't in... When was the other time that he cast it?
I think
Upstairs.
I've been affected by it in the basement, but I mean like the whole mental change thing.
No, nothing like that. You've never actually kind of been fully introduced to kind of what it is that he's doing, I guess.
Gotcha. Then I'll try to like... I'm trying to think like what I should, like what Thames would do in this situation. I guess I'll like try to like tap Max on the shoulder or something like that.
You kind of head over here and tap Maxwell on the shoulder, and let me roll a d20 actually.
He's a pretty heavy sleeper, that Maxwell.
Max is a pretty heavy sleeper, especially when he's drunk. That is
I'm thinking of Delilah, or whatever her name was, Darla? I don't remember her name.
You kind of tap Max on the shoulder, and it seems like he's in a pretty deep sleep. He kind of just like, like really quickly, but very quickly after begins snoring again.
Right. Seeing this, then, I guess I'll try doing the same thing to Marth.
You give a tap on Marth. Oh no, okay. Ooh boy. Marth, like as you kind of hover over him and go to tap him, he immediately just very quickly sits up and kind of snaps out of his sleep instantly like he's having a nightmare. Grabs kind of Didamia and like brings the weapon up. Almost like a soldier who has PTSD, just right at his side, and then he sees you, and kind of like looks around the room, sees everybody else is still sleeping, and he goes, "Yes."
What happened?
Well, they found Alice. And, Alice, I don't... how much do you know?
To be honest, very little.
Well, it's good to see you awake again. Well, Alice, she broke into Vinnipeng's castle. Not really sure why she was there, but her being there raised plenty of suspicions for the guards to investigate our castle. They were looking for her. They found her here. I'm currently dealing with that.
I take it I'm interrupting.
Well, they just left, for... well... They left the immediate area. They didn't see me wake up. So yeah, I need to, head back in. But it shouldn't be too long. Maybe an hour or so.
I'm going to go fix the door.
Yeah? Okay.
We don't need whatever is in the city looking inside.
True. And, yeah, if you don't mind keeping an eye for everybody.
Sure.
Meet me back here maybe in an hour. I need your help, dragging them down to the basement.
I have an idea then. Okay. And I'll just leave.
And he sees you kind of just walk in between and like over Maxwell's body.
I would just like step over him.
Yeah, you kind of just like step right over Maxwell, continue heading out, and Marth kind of lays his head back down and goes back to sleep.
I'm gonna go like try to make like the equivalent of a dolly,
Okay.
you know, to move bodies quickly.
Perfect. I love it.
Like one of those things that you get at Home Depot.
Pretty much, yeah.
Giant orange carts. Bring out
Perfect.
your dead.
You start making your dolly, and let's see, Alice. Where would you like to? What would you like to do? Would you like to kind of adhere Marth's or abide by Marth's kind of suggestion? And
Never.
okay, what would you like to do? I'll have
Okay,
you
so
kind of
where
just
am I?
outside the castle. So you are just outside of the castle. You kind of snuck out of the castle as Marth put everybody to sleep, and he essentially gave you orders to go a couple of miles outside of Trell, and you'll meet up in like an hour or so.
Man, that does sound like a good idea. I'm gonna go back inside and get Rizzy.
Okay, you head back inside, and you kind of just see Rizzy. He seems completely bored out of his mind. He's looking in the reflection of the river and just kind of making a couple of faces, and then he sees you kind of approach. He goes,
Hey, God, what's up?
I'm gonna go out. I'm just gonna keep walking a direction. You could come with me, or you could just stay here since, I don't know, I guess we're gonna be meeting back up, but I have to leave now.
Listen, you invite me out to a walk?
It's a little bit more than
Oh.
a walk. It's like probably like I don't know. I think of like brisk walk, you know, like a walk around, you know, from one part of the city to another part of the city, just a little like like talking blah blah. This is like we gotta go.
Sure, I guess you want me to go get Aldouzi?
Alice is gonna look at the water and then put her hands on her hips. And then just say, yeah, go get him, and then we'll leave.
Sure.
and Rizzy goes over to your door, look down, and kind of taps on it.
No.
Okay, I don't know what's up. He said no. I don't think I've ever heard that man say no before. I didn't even say anything.
No.
I don't know. Yeah, he
Okay,
just
well, tell
kinda
him
said
where
no.
we're gonna go.
Oh boy, okay. God, I hate doing this.
And he kind of just like leans up against the wall a little bit to kind of just like wait to see if he kind of hears anything. And then after a second or two, like knocks on the door again.
El Doozy, Alice and I are going to be headed out for a walk. Do you want to come along? We could probably use some company if you want.
Ugh.
Listen, you won't be third wheel, and she really scares me.
I open the door just enough that that only one eye is staring out back at him through the shadows,
Yeah.
and I say, "Need help?"
I don't think so. I just need to just be a nice thing to do, I guess. Spend some quality time.
Look down, opens the door, or like doesn't open it all the way, opens it like enough for him to slide through, and then closes the door behind him.
You keeping something in that room there? I saw you run up a little bit ago.
I was.
Right. All right, well, whatever's in there, I'm sure it'll stay in there, right?
Look down, itches his eye.
Right. Hey, Findle. What are you doing so far away?
Waiting
Jeez.
for you guys.
Okay. What? All right.
Can I like hear this commotion through the door?
I would think so, yeah, probably.
I open the door, just look at the all three and say, "Why are you still here?"
And he kind of like seeing the giant turtle-eyed creature come out of the forge and seem kind of grumpy. He's like,
Yeah, all right.
just kind of like makes his way out and down the stairs and like stops halfway down the stairs and waits for you guys.
Look down and follows behind a little bit slower, a little more begrudgingly.
And Alice.
Alice is just gonna turn and walk towards the door and say, "We're leaving. We're leaving."
And as they're leaving, they'll say, "Look down. If they decide to take you on the trip
down.
halfway across Batovia again, please say bye first." Then I go back in the forge.
Beautiful.
Bye.
Damn.
Oh. And like Valorizzi, as he sees you guys coming, he kind of like takes a couple of steps backwards, like down the steps, trying to be a cool guy, and then spins around and jumps off the edge.
So,
Look
where
down,
to?
Leaps off the steps all the way down to the bottom.
Zoom.
A giant leap.
Alice just walks down the stairs like a normal person.
Oh fuck.
So, what's the walk for?
To leave and then meet back up. So let's start walking, and then
Yeah.
Alice is gonna start walking.
Perfect. And
Down just follows.
yeah, he looks at you, look down, and he's just like,
Yeah, I'm as confused as everybody else. I feel like I'm not filled in at all.
and you all head out. Hoo-wee. As this is happening, you are kind of. You said you were gonna fix the door too, Thames.
Yeah. I imagine it's just kind of off its hinges right now. Probably.
Yeah, it's
Won't take
pretty
too
destroyed.
long.
You have plenty of time to kind of fix up these doors, and but first I think the priority was the Dahlia.
Yeah, just so
Okay.
we can move them quickly.
A little bit of time kind of passes by, and you kind of finish making the makeshift body dolly, and yeah, Pivot's still kind of just with Penelope in his room, just teaching her. She's like yawning, and she's like, "I'm bored." And Pivot kind of just like leans in. He's like, no. Like, we need to keep learning. Like, we have to stay ahead of the curve here. And Tim Tam just from the corner kind of like mutters from his mouth. He's like, knowledge is everything. And he keeps reading with Penelope here. And you finish up the Dolly Thames. And what would you like to do?
I'm going to carry it down to the basement level because I imagine getting up and down the stairs will be difficult. So I just lift it, and then I'll set it down on the floor, and I'll put it. I would say, in the dungeons, like to the left of Max.
To the left of Maxwell. Let's see, bring you down a level here. Just right to next to Maxwell here. And as you oh, go ahead.
I was just say yeah, just right there.
And as you bring the dolly in, you do notice that Marth is beginning to wake up, and he kind of sits up, looks at you, and sees the dolly. All right, that's that should be pretty good. And he kind of like counts the amount of people here, and he says to you, he's like, unfortunately, some of his men are a little odd. In the dream, Burdame may or may not have killed a couple of them.
Which ones?
And he kind of swings around, and there's a couple of them, and then there's one that's particularly kind of very goofy looking, even in his sleep. He even snores in a very like me. He's like, yeah, that one right there, and those two.
Point.
And he kind of points them out here
I
in the
take
cell.
out my sword.
Oh god. And
Actually, I'll take out. What kind of weapon does Burdame use?
Burdame uses the Cord of Flame. It's a lance.
Okay, can I pick it up off him?
Sure.
Okay,
You
I'm gonna use that to kill the men.
kind of slide Maxwell off to the side here, and go in and pick up Burdame's Cord of Flame. And as you kind of just feel it in your hands, you can feel that this is definitely some really nice craftsmanship. This weapon is kind of... It heats up in your hands the more you kind of grip into it. But as soon as you kind of let go, you can feel that it just cools down. And you head over to the cell block here.
And the ones he points to, I just murk.
Yep, you end up killing, let's see, what was his name? Let's see here. It was like Ungo, I think was his name. And a couple of other soldiers. And Marth kind of says thank you. And he grabs the bodies and he starts kind of moving the bodies to a different direction and away from the rest of the men.
Mm-hmm. I'll put the lance, like I would say, back where Burdame had it. If he had it like on his back or something like that.
Yeah.
But the blood's still on it.
Perfect. Good thinking. And Maxwell, kind of as you put the lance on Burdame's back, Marth walks over and gives Max like a shake, and Max goes, "Oh man, yeah, that was a wild dream. I never want to go back there." They took my jacket inside the dream.
You didn't give him your armor?
I mean, I gave him the thing that meant the most to me. I thought maybe the jacket was a little bit better, but yeah, maybe the armor was a good idea.
Fair enough. We have bigger problems. I'll point to the bodies that we still have to move. Tim's will grab like 2, maybe one of them Burdame, and then I guess leave Max with the dolly to use.
Max grabs the dolly and starts whistling. And he kind of just like starts putting the bodies on the dolly.
I'll grab one that isn't bleeding because I don't want to leave a blood trail throughout all the hall. But I will grab Burdame in a non-bleeding body and go walk him down to the basement.
Perfect. And I'm going to have you guys transfer those bodies all to the basement. As you kind of make your way into the basement after transporting all the bodies, Marth kind of just like looks at you, Thames, and says, I'll be right back. I need to wash up the blood quickly. They should be waking up relatively soon.
Very well. Should we have a good eating party, or should we wait?
Well, I think we'll wake them up when I make my way back down.
All right. Say the words. I have a few finishing touches for the door.
You said you had a few finishing touches for the door.
Yep. Tim's isn't very bloody, right? Since I only really used a lance.
Yep. Yeah, you kind of prodded and killed the people.
Alrighty, then I'm gonna go fix the door fully, and then be ready to wake him up when Marth wants him to.
Perfect. You head back upstairs here. And Marth, as well as Maxwell, Max is kind of just downstairs with the bodies. Let me get these guys out of here. And Marth goes back up to his room to clean up.
See, I just like to think of those dragon statues that are perpetually shooting water as, like, fancy faucets.
They are indeed fancy faucets.
We probably don't want our rivers to run red, though, Vladimir style.
Burdame takes one step outside of the castle. What is this? Yeah, so you go to finish up the doors, and as this is happening, open map.
I'm not gonna lie, I just imagine, like, coming upon a town that we want to intimidate, and just 2 people at the end of the waterfalls are just dropping red food dye into the rivers, which just looks like it's blood.
Where is...
Just to, give that imposing effect.
Nah, the true intimidation factor is gonna be the look down cannon.
I want it so bad.
Where is the one? There is one map in particular. Is it this one? Nope.
Just says look down only across it. The LDC.
Look down. I do be trying to find it. Oops. I did not mean to load the map.
Now you screwed the pooch.
Okay, well, I have no idea where we're going. Oh, where did we go? I was trying to find the forest. Here it is.
Yeah.
So
we're
I know
going gambling now.
I know you most definitely have seen this map before. We're using this map.
Assets.
Reusing assets, unacceptable. Reusing maps, not cool. Hey, look, you guys are already here. And you kind of you've been walking a couple of miles here, and you make your way back to kind of a forest line here. Let me grab Valriz. And it seems like this is probably far enough away to the point where you don't really see anybody.
Oh my god, there's just a fire here?
Nope, there's no fire, ma'am. Nothing at all.
Oh, we made it real close back to hot springs, huh?
Shut up. Nope.
Where's the well?
It seems some travelers have come through here recently. Oh.
The fire.
Yeah, it's kind of strange. I don't know why there's as you kind of walk down this road, there seems to be like a campfire down here, but nobody you can see that nobody's really used it for quite some time.
Wow. Alice lights the fire.
I look around to see if we're about to get ambushed.
Give me an observation check.
Because I've heard about these things before. Man, it's fine. That's a 9.
Yeah, you just kind of hear the wind whistling through the trees, mostly. Not really anything in particular. You said you go to light the fire?
I go to light the fire.
Perfect. So you go to light the fire, and it's just kind of like a small little fire at first. And Valrizzi kind of just like walks up to you, Alice, and he's like,
Did you bring us all the way out here to have exchange campfire stories?
Yeah, I really just wanted to camp, Rizzy.
Understandable. I love nature. This is kind of wonderful just being out here. Even the trip in was pretty.
Look down, just sits.
He sits down.
Oh.
He only sits up. He's got good posture.
Alice is gonna turn around to Valrizzi and say, if you want to know everything, you could have just asked.
I did ask.
You could have just asked.
What? Okay, so I'm asking now. I need you to explain everything to me. Because I feel like I'm completely out of the loop. What is going on with you?
That's a bigger question than what I'm going to answer. I was sent out by my father to do some business. That business turned out to may or may not take the life of someone high ranking in a city. Who's to say, honestly? I may or may not have almost been caught by Marth and the castle.
Findle, what are you doing? Why are you being your father's lapdog? That's just... Is that the way you want to live?
I mean, it's the way that... I mean, I really don't... I don't...
Listen, you get
And
freedom
Alice is really
absolute. You get to leave Reddish. You get to start your life anew. You don't even ever have to come back. Why is it that you do?
Alice is gonna look around where her face kind of looks like she's not really listening.
and Valrizzi's just kind of like shakes his head.
And he's like, just the hell with it. Like, I feel like I'm never actually talking to anybody. Reddish, it's all the same. Secrets here, secrets there. Nobody actually puts on their true face. I thought that maybe... I don't know. I thought that maybe you'd be different.
Alice is gonna be sitting down, looking at the fire, and say, well, you seem to think you're showing your true face, and everyone has a target on your back in Reddish, so...
Yeah, no, I know that. It's pretty tainted. The community is pretty toxic. You can't really get away with much anything. Unless you do it in secret. But we don't have to live like that anymore. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Don't you want to just be free?
Alice is gonna get back up and walk over to Valrizzi and get really close in his face and say, do you think I don't like what I do when I leave Reddish? Do you think I don't enjoy it?
I was hoping not.
Well, you were hoping wrong. And then goes and sits back down at the fire.
Huh.
And Valrizzi looks over at you. Look down.
I've had the same blank stare. I basically just... He wasn't even paying attention to what was said. He's in his own thoughts. First for everything.
And Valrizzi just kind of, after seeing you kind of not reciprocate like a look and just kind of staring off, he just kind of sits down and like grabs onto his coin that he was flipping and just kind of like grips it in his hand as he just kind of like sighs. And, just have a nice little family fire.
I love camping.
Camping's nice.
down.
Camping's great.
Look down after a little while. Actually takes out one of his gold coins and tries flipping it like Valrizzi does. And absolutely just like... There's probably like 5 coins laying around him that he just hasn't picked up yet. That he's just trying... That he keeps missing.
On the last one, give me a dexterity check.
Oh crap. I wish that was my actual roll, not just slip out of my hands. Dex check. 11.
You kind of really think that you have it with the last one. You kind of flip it up, and it goes to sit right back in your thumb where you kind of flipped it from, and it just kind of flips off into the ground. Settles there for a second, then flips right back off.
Is it apparent that he's not picking them back up and he's just leaving them there?
Yeah.
I mean, at the moment, yeah. Basically, he's sitting, and they're like, there's ones that are falling around, and so he just keeps taking out a new one instead of picking up the ones that he's already dropped.
Alice, still looking at the fire, is going to say, make sure you pick them up.
Okay. And then look down, picks them up. And then puts the dirty coins back into his coin purse without cleaning them off.
You fucking animal!
Woo! After a little while, Valrizzi kind of stands up and starts walking away. And he makes his way off the kind of dirt path here over to the water, and he kind of just like sits down at the edge, and it seems like he's just really, really thinking things and contemplating things over. He takes out a couple of his coins and just begins kind of flipping them into the river, saying a couple of words and then stopping.
The heck is it? A wishing well?
Perhaps.
Fishing river.
I wish Reddish was different. Flip. I wish I didn't have to go back to that. Flip.
Oh my
I wish Findle had a soul. Flip.
bro invited Val Rizzi along just to roast him. Like,
Oh my god. All right, perfect. We are going to save that. We're going to go back into the castle.
I imagine fucking Alice just sitting there mocking him in her head. Like, look at this dumb motherfucker.
oh, little baby gonna cry. Oh.
Poor guy.
Oh,
Poor guy.
he's gonna stare at the water. Oh.
Pivot, you have been teaching Penelope how to read. She has gotten kind of quite a few times very bored, and she's just like kind of just like trying to find things to do, like grabbing like like some of the ink and just kind of like putting her finger in it, and then she's just like drawing on a picture. It seems like her little child brain is kind of maxed out for the day. Like somebody who's been in school for like 5 hours and they're like, I want to go home now.
Yeah, that's fair enough. How much progress do you think she's made?
She's made a decent amount. You've kind of ran her through Nickeltone, some very basic books. You had a couple of picture books kind of at your disposal that kind of helped her pick up on a couple of words, pick up on some kind of basic sentences.
Excellent, excellent. Let's see. Have I heard people moving around outside?
Let's see. Trying to think here. Give me just an observation check. Because there have been people going through, so. Especially past your room.
Especially past my room, huh? Let's see. That would be a 13.
Yes. So, actually, pretty recently, you heard the sound of wheels kind of rolling past your room. It's like kind of heavy, like it was transporting something. And like every once in a while, you hear like a thud, like the wheel maybe it caught something, and then continues to go down.
Okay. Well, I think we've done enough for today, don't you think, Penelope?
Yep.
You made good progress, especially since it's your first time trying to learn.
I liked that one book with the cat. That was crazy.
A lot of folks seem to like that one, yes. I can't believe they fucking jumped down that well.
That was, yeah. Are the cats okay?
Yeah, they climbed up the well at the end of the story, don't you remember?
And she like kind of just like looks at the book and like opens it back up and just like stares at the pictures, and then goes to one of the pictures where the cats are like coming back up out of the well. She goes,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So, before we started this, I believe you wanted to go and see Thames?
Mm-hmm.
He should have... It's been long enough. I think he should be done with his work by now. Let's go see if we can chat with him. If you would follow me.
and she hops down from the chair, and like kind of follows behind you, and she's like,
Yeah, everyone was really quiet. Every time I went to go see Thames, Max just kept pushing me into the room.
Yeah, that sounds like Max.
No, stay here.
you can't come down here, please.
Where are you going?
You head back up here and see that Thames is just kind of finishing up the doorway here and fixing it up, just doing a little bit of work.
Ah, Thames.
Kind of turn my head around rather slowly.
I've got someone who's been wanting to see you for some time.
Oh, Penelope. How are you doing?
Doing pretty good. You okay?
Yes, I'm doing okay. Turns out that us Charliads do not sleep gracefully. Or, sorry, we do not sleep well sometimes.
So you were awake. Why didn't you let me come see you?
I was not awake.
Oh. Did you wake up and not... Wait, did you go to sleep and not... Were you not gonna wake up?
No. You know whenever you have those bad dreams where you wake up in a jump but then you fall back asleep?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That happened.
Oh.
And then my neck was hurting. It was very bad.
He's really feeling his old age.
And she just kind of like laughs to herself. She's like,
Yeah. You're a bit old.
That I am.
and
Hug.
oh, go ahead.
He'll kind of like open, or like he'll put one arm out for like a half hug kind of deal.
And she kind of like runs over to you and like gives you a hug, Thames.
She says, I really missed you. You really are old.
Indeed, Penelope. Indeed.
Where are your kids?
Well, I consider you one, Penelope.
And she smiles.
My mom gave me away, so yeah.
She gives you away. Do not call her mom.
Mm-hmm.
But if there is anyone else that you ever see that claims to be my kid, they probably, well, they probably aren't. And then he's like thinking like, I hope there's not.
Any past animals you need to talk about, Thames? Kevin says that, leaning on the brazier next to him.
Perhaps this is not a conversation for Penelope, Pivot. I have something for you.
Yes.
He'll, like, as he's still hugging Penelope, he'll take the mask out and then, like, hand it over.
Pivot will walk over once he sees him trying to hand him something.
Perfect.
What's this?
It is a mask. Better than the first one, I would say. I got to be a bit better at making that kind of thing.
Yeah, it's Pivot's just kind of like running his fingers over it. What possessed you to make it?
I noticed that, well, with the purpose of the old one, you know, you seem to wear it because you don't want people to notice immediately, though. You know, and then he'll like kind of gesture to his face, and he'll say, "Well, not only should this make it less apparent, especially around Trell, but it should also be a bit more protection."
I see. If
you
excuse me a moment.
Hmm.
Pivot's actually just kind of like holding it in his hands, just kind of looking over it. He's gonna step over into the forge very slowly. Once he steps inside, he'll close the door, remove his old mask, and then affix the new one.
Perfect.
And you now look like a certified badass.
Trench coat, duster, full head helmet, pretty much.
Yeah. And Penelope sees like the mask on you, and she's like,
Whoa. That's crazy.
Crazy? I was crazy once.
she like cocks her head to the side, huh?
They locked me in a room. A rubber room.
Oh no.
Crazy. I was crazy once. I locked someone in a room. Did experiment something.
Oh my god, bro.
His name was looked down.
Oh god, it all makes sense. It's all coming together. After a second, Mr. Marth Somance kind of comes downstairs. He looks nice and freshened up from bring it down one more time. There we go.
What's happening?
Marth comes downstairs and he looks pretty refreshed. Just kind of. It took him a little bit to probably empty out Max's nasty water and clean the tub, but he managed to do so and have a relatively clean, nice bath experience.
Second Pivot sees him come down the stairs. He's gonna whip his head over. He's like, "What? Who are you? How'd you get in here?" He's like, "Oh, wait, it's Marth. Sorry, you never looked so clean."
Thanks, I guess.
I didn't recognize you. You're usually covered in so much muck.
Did you clean out the tub?
Oh God, yeah.
God, yeah.
There was bugs in that tub.
What?
Yeah, I guess the water hadn't been taken out in so long that they had just been kind of congregating in there. There was like a solid film over the water. It was pretty bad.
I never used that tub. Well, one, I wasn't allowed there. But to be honest, the rivers here were cleaner.
Oh God. And Marth kind of like sighs as it most definitely like was not what it used to be like, and just like hearing that he's just like, oh man. Yeah. You do you need some time? I think we should be ready to wake them up now.
Then?
One second, if you would, you two. Penelope, unfortunately, Marth keeps telling me that we have to talk about business and talks about gold, and accounting, all that. Very, very incredibly boring things. I would recommend you get some sleep and avoid all this.
Okay.
And she hops down and she kind of like looks at you and she's like, Can I play for a little bit though?
Of course.
And she kind of like happily like runs back into her room and closes the door.
Alright, did something go on with our visitors?
So Verdame and his men came back to the castle with us, as you know, and they were looking for Alice. They found her in one of the cells. She was trying to take back her golden toilet.
When did she get that? What?
Wait
a minute. Oh. Films.
You remember just I think she took it past like took you past it in the tour. Just like opened
Rel showed me, yeah.
Yeah, opened up the door once. You probably peeked at it once and you're like, "Oh no."
The thing was not even clean.
Either way, they ended up finding her. I had to put them all to sleep. I changed their perspective on things happened, or how things happened before they came to the castle. They now believe that we welcomed them into the castle to help them find Alice. And as far as they know, Alice is dead.
All right. And where is Alice?
Alice is a couple miles out. I told them to wait away from the border. I told her also never to show her face in Trell again. We'll reconvene with her in just a little bit.
What should happen should they require a body?
I would hope she was immolated in your version of events.
Yeah, she, they ended up killing her, and, the floor kind of blew out. She was caught in an explosion, so there really shouldn't be much of a body left.
Where was the floor taken out?
Well, the floor was taken out in, and he looks like downstairs, the dungeons.
Might just fucking fix it. Give me my maul.
Oh, no.
Please don't damage the structural integrity of the castle.
Fucking explosion would pivot.
Just not irreparably, damn it.
Of course.
Alright, so where does that leave us with our negotiations?
Well, things went successfully, and Burdame believes that Alice is dead. He also has no suspicion of us, seemingly, from the dreams. He was very, very cordial with us, and he also may or may not have killed a couple of his men who, much to my surprise, were going AWOL. There was a couple of them that even decided to rise up against the kingdom. It was quite strange. Yeah. Burdame didn't tolerate it. He put them down pretty fast.
Well, at least we know Chaos has far less a grip and trail than it does Petovia.
And Marth kind of like leans up against the wall and he says, I mean, that's the weird part. It didn't even seem like Chaos was involved. It seemed like these people were just bizarre. I mean, maybe they were followers of the Chaos Church. There's no knowing, but
So, Marth, I have a question then.
Sure.
Why is it every time you use that book to enter someone's mind, they're always batshit insane?
You know, it's a good question. But, I mean, most of the people that I have used it on thus far were either touched by chaos or generally not good people. I didn't really get that with these other guys. They kind of caught me off guard.
I've heard of some plants that can do that to people. Anyways, time to go tear up the floor.
Big Apple.
I'll get a big hammer, a maul essentially, and just go bonk the floor.
Oh, God. Yeah, you make your way to the dungeons.
It won't look authentic if they fall through the floor and the floor above them is perfectly fine.
It's very true. It's very, very true. You kind of carve out a decent amount of the floor here, and just to give it like a visual representation, let's see. Yeah, he definitely banged up. Oh! It banged up the world! The world is gone!
And with one swing of my hammer, I destroy the earth.
God killer. Yeah, you definitely bang up the dungeons quite a fair bit, and as it's falling down, you kind of collect some of the rubble, and Marth does as well. Here he's gonna come down and grab some of the rubble as you're banging things up. Pivot, what would you like to do?
I want to finally get to fucking sorting through all the alchemical ingredients. Since we've got time.
Perfect. which I believe are actually right in here.
We're brought into the forge since that's where the alchemical station is.
Perfect. I will have you do that. And oh, disappearing. Marth grabs a bunch of rubble and kind of runs it down into the basement. Comes back up. Max helps him out as well. Brings it down.
I'll do the same.
Perfect.
Leave manual labor to the chumps.
I imagine like the dust is already kind of like falling on the people down there, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Gotcha. It pains Thames with every swing of the hammer. Just fix this, please.
Just a bunch of anguish leaving his body as he just. Let's see. Basement. Here we are. Let's load this bad boy up. Soviet basement. Change the song. Fog of War. Disable. Let's see. Let me grab Mr. Temsithy. Yeet.
Oh,
Oh, wow, wow.
you got that Maxwell training?
Let me show you a cool trick. So after you carry quite a decent amount of rubble down, it seems that these guys are kind of starting to wake up on their own. And as Marth kind of brings like the final piece down, he kind of kneels down as if to greet Burdame. Oh, God. Ugh. What happened? You took quite a nasty fall with some of your men here. Luckily, you all seem to be relatively unharmed here. A little banged up, but no news for the wear. And Burdame kind of pats himself off and looks at his men, and he says, "Thank you for allowing us into your domain. I know it probably was not the easiest thing to allow us to do this, but we successfully took care of the target. Unable to extract her, she wouldn't come with us, but you don't have to worry about her causing you any problems anymore." Thank you, Burdame. That's a great relief. And please do give my regards to Vinit Pang. Do you need us to show you the way out? It's a bit tricky. You all fell through the floor, so we're in the basement right now. That would be wonderful. I'll tell you what. You should come see Vinit Pang with me. I'll give my report, and we can discuss things together.
Would you like me to carry that one? And I'll point to the body and say, for a funeral, for your customs, or is that not a custom?
Well, if it were up to me, I would just drop him outside the borders and into the ocean. Regicide isn't something that's very funny to me. However, he deserves a proper burial, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, I'll grab the body.
And Marth kind of feels a small... he feels as something kind of touches his chin ever so slightly.
No.
Almost in a coochie-coo motion. And it kind of throws him off for a second. And he kind of looks around to see that nobody is down here. And Burdame, he catches Burdame's eye, and he says, "Oh, it's so dusty down here. The draft, I felt like something had touched me." Well,
Here, we'll help you up and out of here, and I'll join you in the castle.
Splendid. Thank you. And Marth kind of helps him up and starts heading out with him.
I'll bring the body.
Grab the. Actually, let me.
Better not get
saturate.
coochie cooed while I bring him.
Coochie coo. No, that was just for the canon because he coochie cooed Marth as they did this here. And these guys kind of get up and start following them out here.
Tim Tam could have eaten great, and you just like, now let's bury him.
We'll hang onto the body. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, it would seem a little sketchy if we're like, oh, yeah, just leave the body there.
just leave it. We'll take care of it. We got some stuff to take care of it. We got some chemicals, you know. All right, copy. Open up the maps. Let's open up Vipant.
That's the name of the place. Vipant.
Ye old Vipant.
It does not vip in.
And I'll get rid of the scary music. We'll put on some nice music.
What do you think the series is? What do you think the scary is over? Not wrong.
But the scary's back. It's okay, the map will load. It's loading pillar_marble_black B2.
Oh.
Why is the marble pillar got to be black?
As they're passing by, Pivot's going to ask if Marth would want him to join as an escort.
And Marth kind of nods and says, yes, please join us. And he looks to Burdame and he says, you wouldn't mind, would you? And Burdame says, no, of course not. I would like you to feel comfortable in the castle.
Pivot would join him.
Max is not going to join. as they are kind of like,
Surprising.
as Max like falls back a little bit and gets a little bit further away, like Burdame like leans into him. He's like, "You really need to find a replacement for him. He's awful."
Do you want me to join, my lord? Fuck no.
Get out! Get out!
Maxwell is kind of just looking at one of the guards who's walking away with his yellow rain jacket. They had to keep the headcanon. And he just kind of like has the jacket on him.
What the?
Oh. I almost want to ask the soldier for it back, but I don't know how that's gonna go.
So, Badame, why does that soldier have the private's garment?
Hold on. Oh god. Where is perfect? You ask Burdame, and Burdame kind of turns around and sees him walking with the jacket. Says, "You." Yes, sir. Take the jacket off. I don't want to see you with that in in the castle. You're going to be reporting back to your station. Yes, sir. And he kind of like scratches his head and he's like, I don't remember, and he like looks
Just
over to
give
you
it here, soldier.
and hands it to Pivid.
A moment, my lord. Pivot will step inside, just kind of set it next to the doorway.
And almost like a gremlin, he kind of just like grabs it. Yeah, grabs it and brings it right back out through the door.
Alright. I'm sorted.
He's got the warrior spirit, I promise.
That's actually the name of his coat.
Warrior spirit. You all head to the gate here, and once these men see that it's Burdame approaching, they first kind of open up the gate, and then a couple of them kind of lean over the wall to see one of their dead companions being carried into the into Vipin. And so they just like they're a little bit on alert, and they kind of like hold positions but like look at one another as if they're like, oh yeah, we're gonna talk about this later.
New gossip is dropped.
Oh my god,
Oh
we
my
finally
God.
got rid of Ungo.
He
That's
kept
got left behind.
coochie cooing me.
That son of a bitch was crazy, I knew it. Oh yeah, you did. What the heck?
No Turley ads beyond this point.
Oh, okay. And Burdame Burdame looks over to Thames and he kind of points over in the direction of the churches over here. And he says, you can deliver it to one of the churches. If I'm gonna be perfectly honest, I don't know of whom he worshipped. And they work in conjunction with one another. We have a pretty tight-knit community here. You can leave it at one of the churches, and we will take care of the funeral preparations. I don't believe he had a family.
True, System Frieza is fatherless. Anyway, I will say,
Maidenless.
I see.
Man was hatched.
Oh, God.
And I'll go bring it over. But before I leave, I'll kind of like stop by Martha, not exactly whisper, but ask and say, "Would you like me to return once I do this?"
If you wouldn't mind meeting us outside of the castle.
Very well. And I will go drop it off at the church. I'm gonna drop them off at not 4 Foot Inch Church, and then go to 4 Foot Inch Church.
Perfect. What do we got here? Would you like to drop them off at the creators? Would you like to drop them off at, I think this is, Bibadoo is over here, and I believe this was, Aiden Ada, their church.
The creator seems all-purpose enough.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll just drop it off at the creator church.
You're kind of just, like, heading through town, and, people, like, see you walking through, and they're like, oh my god, is that a turley head?
And then he's also carrying a dead body of one of their guard.
Yeah, they're kind of just like nice little church folk. They're like backing up.
What's there to be scared about?
I was gonna say for once this isn't one that I killed, but it is.
You bring the body into the church, and it is kind of late at night. It doesn't seem like anybody is actually at the church. And where would you like to leave the body? There's nobody there to receive you, unfortunately.
Is there like a so a bit of a long shot, but is there like a basement area where they would like keep people in like caskets before they get buried?
I would say that there would be, yes, a basement area.
Okay, then yeah, I'll put them there.
Perfect.
Basically in the best spot I can find for it that isn't like out of pocket to be in a church.
Kind of just like prop them up.
Yeah. And then I will leave and then I guess see if there's anyone at 4 Foot In's church.
You start to walk over towards 4 Foot In's church, and these two who are definitely buddies that were just kind of chatting. You can tell probably for hours, like outside the church after service. They start to back up and just kind of watch you approach.
Are you followers of 4 Foot In?
Yeah. Yes. Devout.
I am too. And I'll point to like all the different craftsman tools and the belt and the apron and all that.
what was that, I'm sorry. Were you carrying a dead body through town?
I work for Lord Marth, and unfortunately, in attempting to apprehend a criminal, that one died in the line of duty. I was ordered by Bardame to send them to one of the churches, and I figured that not knowing who he worshipped, that the Creator was the best choice.
I told you, Daniel. I told you. They wouldn't just be marching dead bodies through the streets. Nothing that unusual happens in Vippen. Yeah, I guess so. Well, I'm sorry to have misjudged you. I can't believe that I'm seeing a Turley ad. I had only heard legends.
My people are unfortunately not seen much anywhere.
Not around here, at least. And he kind of turns to his friend. Yeah, Daniel, I can't say that I've seen a single Turley ad in all my years. Forgive me.
Is the church open?
You're free to go inside. I have to say that service did end a couple of hours ago. Me and my chum here like to wait outside the church and have conversations with one another. It's something we do every night.
I see. Well, it was pleasant meeting you.
You as well. What was your name, sir?
Thames.
Well met, Thames. And enjoy the art of craft, do you?
Likewise.
And he backs away and kind of like looks over to his friend and begins talking to him again.
Is it like a two-man King of the Hill kind of deal?
It very much so is. Like, this seems to just kind of be their ritual. They just stand there and talk with one another.
Gotcha. Then I'll just head on in.
Perfect. You head on inside into the Forfoden Church. And there's, despite nobody kind of being in the church, the interior of the church itself is, it's all kind of metal flooring. There are a couple of dimly lit candles just kind of sitting on a metal tray, as well as an anvil kind of sitting at the head altar.
I'll just kind of sit down at if there's any. I forgot the name for the benches.
The pews.
The pews, indeed. I'll sit there and just contemplate.
Whew. Contemplate, and as you're kind of just contemplating in the church, they kind of leave the windows open as it does get very hot inside the church itself with these metal flooring, and just a very cool breeze rolls through the windows and across your face, Thames.
Gotcha. I'll just kind of be in thought, trying to also somewhat keep track of time, though, just so I can actually meet them at the front of the manor.
Perfect. And the rest of you, and these two guards. Well, the two guards are going to be going back to their stations here. But the
Share
three
the
of you-
wild stories.
You'll never believe what happened. They tried to kill the
Finally
king.
got rid of that prick.
Can you believe he tried to coo Burdame?
I think he got like his arm twisted behind his back, and then he got one shot. It was really fucking funny, honestly.
And thus, BuzzFeed was born.
As you head back over to the manor here, you see quite a few people still kind of collected outside the fence, and Burdame kind of stomps his foot and raises his lance into the air and says, "All of you go home. There's nothing to see here. Vinit Pang will address everything that happened tomorrow."
Until then, no rubbernecking. And they all just very quickly start heading away. They all go back to their houses. If you'll follow me.
Yeah.
And you all head inside. To visit paying. Boom, bloom. Maxwell's so happy that he got his coat back.
Hey, you're welcome, motherfucker.
I can just imagine him like at the door, just like whimpering like a little dog. He's like, "Oh, come on, man, get my coat back."
I can totally see him fucking going feral the second that thing comes into his view. Like,
I almost had to put down another one of them. Oh God! Wait, I didn't copy all these target. What happened? I swear. What is? Oh wait, I got rid of pivot.
I think you didn't actually copy before. I just
What
sent the last
the
group.
hell? Oh, true. Whoa!
My carpet.
Yeah, everything must go.
Alex stole
Clearance.
the carpet.
Yeah, Alice
Usually
snuck in and took the carpet.
Thanks, Dad.
Toilet, a
I'll skim
carpet.
You know, the usual.
Hey, you gotta have the red carpet for the
planter.
porcelain throne.
Someone's toothbrush.
Who took my super suit? And so you all kind of head into the manor, and Burdame waves his men and says, "At ease, we took care of the problem. We found the girl. You're all ordered to go back to your stations. Those of you who are not working the night shift tonight, head back home, get some sleep. Well done." And they salute and they head out. And as you're all heading upstairs here, Burdame turns to you, Pivid, once you reach the top of the stairs here, and says, "I hope my men didn't cause you too much trouble."
Oh, not at all. In fact, they were actually quite pleasant company. I was quite impressed.
That is, that's good to hear. They, okay, there we go. They, have been known to be rowdy with some of the fell goblins that come to the area. I try to set them straight, but everybody has their own beliefs, I suppose.
I'm glad to hear it, sir, but the plight of my people is rather tragic.
Truly. And to me, I quite like fell goblins.
Truly.
Truly, yes. I knew a family growing up when I was younger who were all fell goblins. They were wonderful, always treated my family very well. You, whereabouts are you from?
Of course you asked that the one time I don't have my backstory pulled up.
Oh, no, you're good. Are you going to tell him truthfully where you're from?
I think it was mentioned before that Pivot was driven out.
I do think that you mentioned it to some of the men, and you brought it up that you, were from Vale.
Pivot didn't bring it up, fucking Marth did, like an asshole.
Well, that is true. He probably was Marth.
I grew up in a small town by the name of Vale.
And
here in Trail.
he pauses at this landing here and turns to you and kind of looks forward again. You haven't been to Vale for a while then, I'm assuming.
No, I have not.
It's for the better.
Has something happened?
Well, there was... Get the fuck out of my way. There was quite a famine a while back. Not enough food to go around. A bit of corruption in the area as far as pollution kind of spread out to Vale, and many people got sick, ended up dying. Vale is not quite a happy place as of recent.
I see.
And head back over here. And Bertram Krell is kind of just like at the door, just mauling a bit. He seems very, very anxious as he sees Marth and Pivot start to approach. And he goes... Silence, Bertram. Let us through. We have business that does not involve you. And Bertram very, like, reluctantly slides to the side here. And Pivot, give me an observation check.
Sure thing. 23.
Oh boy. You didn't really think about it before. But once you hear Bertram start to speak in Friend, you notice that there was one other instance of somebody that hits you kind of like a deja vu. And you're like, oh my god. And you're just like, at the tavern in Bilms, one other place, there was one other person that was speaking Friend. And that was, why can't I remember his name now? Why? Of all the times.
The tavern keep.
Belmont, yes. The tavern keeper, Belmont. It was almost as if Belmont, when he was speaking, it was like somebody speaking a foreign language as their secondary language, while completely wasted and never pronounced their consonants. That's pretty much what it would chalk up to that he sounded like. So when you kind of hear this, you're like, oh my god, I kind of understood what he was talking about the entire time. And as to what Bertram was saying, when he was addressing Burdame, kind of said, what are these two doing here? I thought that they were convicts.
What?
He has quite a lot to probably think about, both of you. He has formed quite an assumption about you and your party. And you all kind of head in here. And Vinit Pang kind of slouched back in his chair. Seems like he had been taking a nap. He wakes up and says, do come in. Burdame and Lord Silmans accompanied. What may I ask are all of you doing here? Apologies, my regal. I just wish to deliver unto you the news. The Lord Silmans and his friends, his companions, invited us into the castle to take care of Alice. She was an attempted assassin, but we did track her down as well as her companions, and they've been taken care of. Without Marth Silmans's help, we would have never been able to do so.
I see. That is a great relief. You have my thanks.
That is all I have to report, sir. I will leave you with these two and head back to the walls.
Thank you for your service, Burdame.
I wish you well, Sir Badam.
As with you, I hope that someday you are able to go back to your hometown. And he makes his way out.
Where are my manners? Please, sit down.
And Marth goes over and takes a seat here.
Would you
Your Majesties, do you want my presence within this room, or should I vacate the hallway for the time being?
Well, I think that we have nothing to hide. Bertram!
And Bertram kind of rounds the corner and opens up the door and stands by Vinit Pang.
See, Force Company.
Nice. Pivid will go and stand by Marth's side then.
And Marth leans in and says, I'm sorry to hear about the attempted assassination. Stuff like that is just, it's truly ugly. I'm happy that justice was brought to the person who would attempt to wrought such a terrible thing upon you. I'm happy that you're safe.
Yeah.
Let's go!
I am quite relieved as well. I have to admit, Bertram had my ear for quite some time. He was trying to attempt to tell me that it was your fault that this woman was inside of our house. But, oh, you know how friends can be sometimes. They're very eccentric, very loyal, but they're quite protective.
And Bertram just
I've been
like
watching Bertram the whole time to see his expression.
he's just like he is probably the closest person to Vinit Pang, and you can just see him just almost like growling. You know, like when a dog is about to growl and they lift up like the top lip just like a little bit. That's kind of what he's doing, and he's glaring back at both of you.
As far as our manner of business is concerned, Lord Silmance, I did make communications with the other Twin Regal. And, we had quite a long and extended conversation about the potential future partnership of Trell and Petovia. Well, the way you portrayed the cowardice of my people, while I became defensive immediately, I came to think of it, and I do believe that perhaps you might be right. With everything in my power, I did try to convince the Twin Regal to aid you in your efforts. And with the promise of Diotis, he happily agreed.
And Marth kind of does not really try to show any type of expression or emotion, but you can definitely see that his eyes are lit up a fair bit, and a fair bit of relief kind of falls over him.
That's splendid news.
And he kind of stands and bows his head to Vinit Pang.
I'm very much so looking forward to past relationships being reforged, broken ones. It had been a long time since my father had been here truly, and it's good to be here in his stead again. It's an honor to work at your side, Vinit Pang. Thank you. I know my people, and he looks to Pivid, we're all very grateful for your assistance in this.
Yes. I do have to say that I have a fair bit taken off my chest as well. I had felt so much guilt for the way things had gone in the past. It's not good for friends to feel this way about one another. And I'm happy to be able to reach out a helping hand. We will be in communications with you. Have you an Olivinium stone?
Yes. And he looks over to Pivot.
Which one you want?
Whichever one would do.
I think this one doesn't have any other connection points, so he'll give the one that I believe connected to Rel.
Perfect.
So I think I also have the other end of that one.
Beautiful.
Summon Tim Tam
Young master, please don't let me hear.
via telephone.
You head across the way and kind of show the stone, and
Pivot will actually pass it to the advisor first.
Perfect. You do pretty much exactly the right thing. You give it right over to the advisor, who kind of just like takes it out of your hand, and
once it's in his possession, Pivot will just return to his spot by Marth's side.
You start to head back over, and you hear Bertram here kind of bark and say, "Wait."
Pivot will stop and look at him.
And he kind of is surprised that you probably understood him at least saying wait, and he like kind of furrows his brow and hands the stone back to you and says, "I only needed a touch."
Pivot will just reply in friends. I can understand you. Understood. Do you wish me to pass it to your lord?
No. So how the Olivinium?
All right. They just need the communication.
They just need to be able to make the communication.
Pivot will simply nod and return to Marth's side.
Perfect.
We will be in contact with you fairly soon, Lord Silmans. When will you be starting your invasion into Mechalite's territory?
And Marth kind of nods his head and says, "In a couple of days' time. We will be in close communications. If possible, we'll need your navy at its fullest to cause a distraction for us. There's no need to directly engage. We just need to be able to sneak into the borders without much suspicion." And he walks over to Vinit Pang and hands him the Seal of War. "This is for you."
I am declaring war upon your country.
Just so we don't do unto Mechalite what was done unto us, I suppose.
Yes. Well, I would invite you to stay for dinner, but I unfortunately have told all the cooks to take an extended vacation. They have not been in here for quite a few months.
That's well enough. We have plenty of food back at the castle. We will have a celebratory feast and raise our glass to you tonight, Vinipang. And you, Bertram, thank you very much. And Bertram just like kind of he says like a couple of swear words under his breath, as if to kind of not let Vinit Pang hear. Vinit Pang's a little bit hard of hearing, so you can get away with it.
Just chuckles when he hears it, but says nothing of it.
And Marth begins kind of heading out. Bertram steps to the side. And he heads out. And are you following him back to the castle?
Of course.
Perfect.
let's open up. Open map. Vipint. Doom. After a little while, are you getting up and heading out of the church, Thames?
Yeah.
Beautiful, beautiful. Just wait for this map to load, and then we'll be good to go.
As they're walking out of the manor, Pivot's like, "Do we really need to have a feast tonight? I'd rather not have to corral all of the men in the castle."
What, you don't want to dine with Agatha?
I'm more concerned about Max. Man, there's gonna be a fucking goblin now that he's.
We have our crates of uncooked vegetables.
Yeah, I can't wait for that one.
He's mostly saying it for the benefit of the guards that they're passing by. Just like, really? Come on, man.
You get an intercom system or something?
Well, we'll have a small, close feast. We won't have to rally all of the men in the castle. We'll keep it small.
All the better for my sanity.
Beautiful. And as you kind of head out here, Thames has made his way out of the church and has been kind of heading down the path here. And as you kind of see each other, you start to reconvene. And all these guys have all gone home. However, there is one person in particular that is standing kind of out in the middle of the road here. Everybody else has seemed to go home, but there seems to be one person who's kind of waiting outside the castle. And he spots Marth, and he runs up to him.
Pivot's actually gonna step in front of Marth defensively.
As soon as they start running, like, Tim's doesn't move very fast, but he's gonna, like, start moving. Like, he has to tackle this dude.
Perfect.
Mr. President.
And as he sees you kind of get defensive and stand in front of Marth, he goes,
Whoa, so sorry, Shuddy. I just wanted to have a word with the prince.
My liege.
who might you be?
The name is Abraham. Abraham Drew. Hey, it's a pleasure to meet you. How do I say this? Please take me with you.
What? Excuse me? What do you mean take us? Who are you?
Oh, forgive me, my man. I am a sender. You see, I've been on quite a spiritual journey for quite some time, and you see, my spiritual journey it ends in Mechalite. I've already been through Petovia to the Creator's Tower. I've been to the Ascending Tower here and spent my training here. It's been years, and I do not have a lot of time left in life. Would you please take me with you? I won't be a burden.
Intent check.
Go ahead. Same.
21.
I believe this was a 9.
So Pivot, you're kind of just startled still at seeing this man. He's very like twitchy, for an old geezer. Thames, you kind of listen to what he has to say, and he seems to be pretty genuine, in what he's saying. He looks over to you and sees that you kind of relax a little bit around him, and he says,
You, please, listen to my tale. My wife and children, they're waiting back home, and I've traveled quite a long distance just to get here.
What kind of, what race is he?
He's a scalecoat. He's a pretty old scalecoat, too, but for an old scalecoat, he's moving pretty well.
Would you happen to have any baggage here that we would be taking upon ourselves should you come with us?
Oh, not at all. I can fit in tight spaces.
And he kind of like puffs himself, makes himself small.
And I can be quite useful to the army should you need me. I am not much of a fighter, mind you, but I can communicate with the dead pretty well.
I'll prove it. And he looks over to you, Pivot, and says, he just kind of like looks in your eye quickly, and give me 1 second, I gotta roll in.
Oh God.
I don't think where this is going.
I don't like where this is going.
Unfortunately, with his check, he kind of looks directly in your eyes, Pivot, but he can't really spot your eyes very well. He ends up rolling a 2, and he
He says, well, that's odd. Maybe it's because of the mask. But I do assure you, I can communicate with the dead.
If you had spent your time training in Trell and spent your pilgrimage to Petovia and visiting the Tower of the Creator, I do not doubt that.
What say you?
You promise that there's nothing bad that's going to happen to us if we pull you out of Trell here. No one's going to come asking for us. There's not going to be any problems. You're not going to cause any problems. And he looks over. He looks at Abraham Drew and then looks back over at Thames.
Thames will kind of like lean down and say, "We do not need any more problems, if you understand what I'm saying."
No, surely not. Of course I will not cause you any problems. I humble myself at you. I prostrate.
And he like gets down on his hands and knees and starts bowing.
Please, I would do anything.
Sure.
Where
Join us.
are you going?
To the Ascending Tower and Mechalite, of course.
Yes, not too far in. It is my final journey. Please, I grow old. I will never be able to get out of here otherwise. It's my only chance to get away.
Are the borders closed between Trell and Mechalite?
It's out of the question for any travel outside of Trell, unfortunately. We have made our way through trade vessels over to Eponesis. We've even traveled north, but all travel to Mechalite has been closed down.
I see.
You have a family here.
Yes. Several lovely kids who are still quite young, and a wife who supports me in my endeavor, even though I'm a failure of a husband.
And he starts kind of like beating his chest. Whoa!
Oh.
Calm down.
One of your children, they wouldn't happen to be in the guard, would they? The castle guard?
Oh, no. They live several towns away.
Have they made much of themselves? Merchants, town officials, anything of the sort?
Well, one of them wished to be a sender just like their old man, but I told them no. I told them that the life of a sender is that of a vagabond. It's not very glorious. So they work respectable jobs around town.
Well, Abraham, follow us. We'll bring you outside. We'll bring you to your destination. However, we need you to pitch in as well. You can't cause any sort of hindrance for us. If we're going to be getting to the Ascending Tower, we're going to be running into adversity. And we're going to probably need you to fight.
Sure. I will be nothing but an asset to you. Thank you so much.
I can likely teach you some basic combative magic, just so you don't have to get too up close and personal.
That would be wonderful. Thank you, thank you.
And he kind of takes out an olivinium stone, and he steps over here, and he says,
I will follow you. Just give me 1 second.
and he takes out the olivinium stone. He says, "Babe, babe,
They let me go.
your husband is a winner. I told you after so many years, your husband is a winner."
Oh my god.
David just looks at Marth.
I'll look at Marth, Pivot, and then him, and say, "I hope he likes sleeping bags on concrete floor."
Work in progress.
and he just kind of like takes the aluminium stone away from him for a second. He says, "What's that?"
Nothing.
"Oh, this is gonna be great." And Marth starts kind of just walking.
Pivot will follow.
Abraham Drew's very eagerly going to start to follow behind you.
Whenever I see him taking up the caboose, I will then get behind him.
And as you're kind of walking, he just like looks back at you and is kind of in awe, but tries not to make anything of it.
Safety precaution, friend.
Oh, yes, of course, of course.
And you head back to the castle. And once you do reach the castle, Marth is going to rev her on up and start heading away from the border towards hopefully the intended. It's not. There's a kind of like a small strip that leads into a forest here. You should be able to track down Alice. Not too difficult, especially after seeing the fire kind of right on the open road.
Trying to get caught over here.
Let's see. I'm gonna go back to.
While we're moving, can I patch up the floor?
Yes, yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
Cass out here flying like fucking Aincrad.
And we'll just say that this is inside the forest here. You kind of once you make your way back inside, Marth like looks around and he's like, Abraham, take that room over there.
Set up finally, yes.
And he looks over at Thames.
Which room did he point at?
He pointed at Max's room.
Oh god.
That is Maxwell's room. He can sleep in the armory with Agatha, I suppose.
Do you quite mind company?
Oh, no. I will fit in just well.
What kind of company? Herbaceans. Oh.
Oh.
He brings him downstairs.
Was not ready for that answer.
You said you're gonna fix up the floors, Thames.
Yeah, it really pained him tearing this up. He's got to fix it now.
Perfect. You head downstairs and into the dungeon. Whoa, there's so many of them.
Whoa!
Tim's been on that Maxwell training too.
We'll take it. Pivot, what would you like to do in the small time before you start to travel?
To continue my alchemical cataloging, because there's a lot of that shit.
Perfect.
I got interrupted.
Where's Miss Agatha? Let me bring her down a level here. Marth approaches with Abraham Drew. Agatha.
Ah, Lightbearer. And light bearers?
Yes, this is Abraham Drew. He's going to be bunking with you and your siblings. You'll, I'm sure, be fast friends. Is this really where I'm going to sleep? He kind of just like thinks to himself, Agatha. And he kind of like sits down on the floor and looks her in the eye. And he's gonna roll really quickly here. Hey, there we go.
Soul gazing people?
He is
Yes.
soul gazing people. He locks eyes with her and says,
Ooh, I see that you have gone through quite an ordeal. Your mother, she has had such a difficult life. I'm so sorry what happened with her.
and Marth kind of like heads back upstairs and creeps away.
Agatha draws knife. What do you know?
How do you know that? Magician. And Marth is going to kind of head upstairs and begin moving the castle. Is there anything else you would like to do? You're only traveling a couple of miles away, so you're going to be cataloging, you're fixing up the floors. Marth is actively moving the castle while you're trying to fix the floors. I'm sure that probably makes for a very fun time.
Thames has probably had to do worse under Soliot, so
You know, it's really great when you're trying to handle like several cases of glass vials, and then the fucking thing just the whole castle just rattles and shit.
turbulence. It's like motherfuckers nowadays can't even like read a book properly with plane turbulence. We're trying to do this.
I mean, how bad can it be?
The
It's
least
magic.
aerodynamic thing you could think of.
So they Marth Avicie's kind of traveling a little while, spots the small little fire that's kind of popped up in the middle of the road, and he takes it as a signal. Brings the castle kind of to the ground, and heads down and outside. Yeah, we're just gonna say that there's a little pond over here, eh? And a little fire right over here. Marth opens up the door and sees you look down as well as Alice. And he kind of pats Look down on the shoulder and says, "Oh, there you are. You have a good time?"
I guess.
Oh man, I thought you were gonna say I don't know.
He stands up. Need to do, and then walks back into the castle.
Oh jeez. Head right back over into your room here.
Oh, he's kind of frustrated. Oh, for the first time in his life, holy moly!
Understandable too.
Yeah, he's feeling emotions. Proud of him. Just the progress, the leaps and bounds.
My condolences, friend.
Yep. Oh, yep.
Marth heads down the steps and over to you, Alice.
Alice is just gonna still be looking at the fire. I love the fire. And she's gonna say, "Wow, am I gone?"
Disappeared without a trace. No one's gonna be coming looking for you.
Well, it's not ever like it's not that. So, all right.
Would you like to join us back at the castle? We all need to have a discussion. About things going forward. If you don't wish to be with the company, you don't have to. But I will need your absolute word that that you won't cause any issues. Pop back up in Trell. I would like you to stay.
Alice is just looking at the fire, mostly thinking about how it would have been just putting that old man out of his misery at this point after still hearing about his son. Alice is gonna get up, turn to Marth, and say, "Could I get a ride?"
Back to Reddish?
While looking at the castle. And she says, "Well, I haven't made up my mind about things. And I do have somebody who needs to be returned." And then she's gonna like look off into the water direction.
Yeah, he seems to be pretty green. I don't know if he's cut out to be here, but it's up to your discretion. We can give you a ride back to Reddish.
She's just gonna start walking over to Rizzy to go get him, and then say, "Green." Green.
Ye old Patovian term.
The racism against my kind continues as before.
It's all ogre now. Oh, God.
Oh no.
You approach Val Rizzy, who's just kind of blatantly ignoring you, Alice.
Alice is gonna pick up a pebble and throw it at his head.
You throw it at his head. How hard are you throwing it?
Hard enough to be annoying, but not hard enough to like, ow.
He kind of like doesn't give you a response. In terms of like, normally if you threw something, you'd be like, "Oh shoot, what are you doing? What are you doing?" But he says, "What do you want?"
She's gonna say, "Wow, Rizzy, where's that charm at?"
I'm not feeling it today.
She's gonna not sit down, but she's gonna crouch down next to him and say, "I really do enjoy what I do and what I do when I leave. I see it not so much as me being a lackey, but being a partner.
That's
And that's my take on it."
yeah. I don't know what I was thinking. You're right. After all, us Vals are Vals, huh?
That's true, but you're the most unvalliest Val that I've ever seen Val. So.
And he nods his head. Yeah, I know.
She's gonna let out an annoying sigh. Like, oh my god. Like, I have to help this freaking injured puppy get his mojo back. And she's just gonna say, look, if you want change, you have to fight for that change. It's not gonna come easy. People are gonna disagree with it. People like the way that it is now, and there's people who suffer because of that. And if you want to change that, you can't scurry to the side of a pond to look at your reflection like an injured puppy.
So you want me to take the fight to your old man?
I want you to stop complaining in your corner and do something, and not just be like, oh, it's just how it is. It's just how it has to be. It just, do something. Do something. That's why I have an issue with you. Well, one of the reasons.
Like you did something, huh?
Alice is gonna stare off because she really doesn't know what he's talking about.
Locking up your father, you think that was the right decision? You have a couple of sociopaths. None of these vows are good people. And I think it was pretty clear to you and me who was at fault. But
She's
to the
gonna
wayside, you
stand up from her crouch.
kind of tossed it to the wayside, didn't you? I would say that you screwed the pooch. Listen.
She's gonna
Go ahead.
She's gonna turn around and she's gonna say, Rizzy, the way to outdo an enemy is to find the bigger picture before they do. You focusing on my dad being locked up, that's the small side of it. And then she's gonna start walking towards the castle and say, we can continue talking, but I want to leave, so...
Yep. I guess I do too. Hope you're right, Findle.
And Martha's just kind of like at the doorway. Just kind of like watching as you head inside. Look down. You have been alone for a little bit.
Uh-huh.
We can't see tokens, by the way.
Oh, shit. That's interesting. Thank you. Yeet.
Oh, I thought we were just pretending.
Everybody's here.
I was imagining with my mind.
Sorry about that. What would you like to do, Look Down?
Look down, picks up a couple things of food, just like a few things, like an apple, potato. Stands up and just to an empty room exclaims, I'm sorry. Hope not mad. And then take off the eye patch.
You take off the eye patch, and you hear a very loud as you feel something kind of right out of the corner of your eye when you left your eye patch kind of dash right onto the walls and kind of just slide all the way across very frantically across all these surfaces. Seems to be very frantic and panicked.
I hold out the food in my hand.
You hold out the food, and it seems to like not really be interested in food at the moment. It seems like it's trying to just kind of get an eye of the surroundings. It's somewhere where it's never been before. And after go ahead.
Just wait. Yeah,
Okay.
just wait to see what it does.
After a little bit, it kind of slows down, takes a look. Actually, let me just do this really quickly so a visual representation. And it starts to form. And it kind of just like peeks its head up, looks around, and then slides under the bed as a shadow.
I walk over to the bed and kneel down and try to offer it a potato.
Ooh.
Friend.
Give me a persuasion check.
Oh, yeah, no, this...
I shall bless your dice.
I'm also gonna give this thing an intent check.
Oh my fucking natural 20!
Hey, let's go! You kind of... This thing seems to be kind of still in a very much so a panic. It doesn't really seem to be hearing anything that you're saying, but seeing the calm gesture of you kind of kneeling to the ground and offering this thing a potato, it kind of peers its head out from under the bed and makes a couple of like kind of like a jittery like sound, and sees your eye patch. Do you have the eye patch back down now, or have you lifted it off entirely?
Oh no, I took it completely. Like, I like ripped it off. I just kind of like grabbed it and then just kind of pulled forward.
The Civilonian kind of just slides out from under the bed and starts kind of sizing you up, going around you, and then once it kind of spots your eye, where the eye patch is, it goes back into kind of the domain from where it once was. And it seems to trust you. It seems very comfortable with your eye as its kind of home. And you have yourself a Civilonian familiar.
Oh my lord.
Oh man, I will take every shitty roll that I've ever gotten just to have that. Cause like it took me a second to register because the 20 isn't actually like a 20, it's a sun.
Oh, got
Percy
you.
dice, so it took me a second to be like, holy shit, that's an actual
It's an actual 20. No,
I
that's
was,
sick.
I was about to ream you for fucking doing it in the room right next to the fucking child.
It breaks down through the wall.
He figured his room was the safest place to do it because it's his room.
It's a good thing. It's a good thing it took to you as well.
Yeah.
Had to bless your dice. It
Yeah,
worked.
thank you, Thames. Thank you, Varathia. I
Bless
needed that.
Ooh. It worked. What was the intent roll?
The intent roll was just to see if the Civilonian would feel naturally comfortable to begin with. I wanted an intent roll and a persuasion roll. If either one of them were above a certain number, then they were good to go.
I was asking what you got, mainly.
Oh, it was an 8. It was an 8. It was pretty low. Yeah.
I after it goes back in, not hungry.
And it doesn't really seem like the Civilonian is hungry. It kind of like just gives you another muttered like.
Look down's having a hard enough time with the language he has, let alone whatever the Civilonian's trying to say.
I just want to say the mental image of those kind of sounds coming out of Lookdown's eye, not good feels.
Imagine your eye vibrating.
Yeah. Like, is my eye like I just yeah? Is my eye okay? So I can't. I wouldn't know.
Are you asking me like out of character if your eye's fucked up?
Yeah.
Your eye is a-okay. You can see out of it just fine.
What the fuck?
Civilonians aren't like because it was like a bird with a cage essentially. Like when you put like a blanket over it, bird goes right to sleep. Civilonian is a very defensive and like territorial creature. Once it has like somewhere where it's been for a while, it tries to defend it. So
Gotcha.
yeah.
I have more friends to show.
Holy
Don't hurt. And then I walk outside my door.
Oh man.
Keen, if I could ask a question real quick.
Uh-huh.
Are Civilonians part of the Common Monsterpedia?
Yes.
Okay,
They're part of the
cool.
Common Monsterpedia. You
Alrighty, cool.
you head out and you see Alice, Valrizzi, and Marth in the main
Lookdown
hall.
is beaming right now.
Oh no. Are you running over to them?
No, he's actually gonna look for Pivot, of all people, unfortunately.
God.
Oh dear lord. Marth, as you're kind of walking by, looks over to you, look down, and says, "We'll be meeting in the cafeteria. Look down in just a little bit. We're heading out soon."
Okay.
Oh, actually, if you wouldn't mind getting Pivot, that would be perfect.
Where?
He's in the forge. Thames's forge.
Thank you. And I walk towards the forge.
Louis.
When he enters, Pivot's like bent over like two crates. He's just like pulling through things. Like, who the hell labels their alchemical ingredients in fucking God tongue? What is wrong with you?
Oh my god.
Pivot.
Huh? Pivot fucking stops, stands up and turns. Look down. What can I do for you?
Need help.
Help? With what?
New. I don't walk forward.
Oh, okay.
New... New friend.
New friend? Are you referring to Abraham, the scapegoat?
Who?
Okay, not Abraham. Who then would that friend be?
Look down just points to his eye that used to have the eye patch. Can't understand it.
Is there something wrong with your eye, Look down? I don't understand.
From well, I think
A Civilonian?
be
Did you just say yippee?
It sounded like you said,
bingo. But I was like, I don't think it looked out would know that was the name of this thing. I don't know that's actually been said in front of him.
Oh, did you say maybe?
Yes, I said maybe.
Okay. Civilonian is generally a kind of shadow monster that resides within the eyes of those that invade its territory. We encountered, I believe, 3 of them within the well. I had one jump in my own eye, in fact.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So you've had a Civilonian in your eye since the
Yes.
well. Um,
Do you have the eye
Can I
patch
do it?
back on, Josh?
No.
Okay. Yeah, the Civilonian is kind of it leaves your eye, and you can see it kind of just start crawling on the walls.
oh dear lord.
It's a big one.
Can I do a nature check to know about Civilonians?
Yeah, yeah.
So it's +8 due to
Friend.
Common Monsterpedia. So that's a 21.
Yeah, so you have very much so studied Civilonians. They go from a kind of shadowy form to a solidified, like a liquid form, not completely solid. And they very much so hate water, as you have seen firsthand. Civilonians are incredibly loyal creatures. They're also incredibly territorial, very vicious in the Common Monsterpedia. These things tear apart pretty much anything that they distrust. However, they are kind of almost the guard dogs of monsters in the fact that a lot of people will pick them up to defend certain things and guard them. Otherwise, Civilonians are they kind of find a dark place to abide in, just to stay away from other creatures.
Right. Rockwell, the former owner of Verlight, he had tamed the Civilonians as well, didn't he?
Yep. He had a Civilonian right in the maze. It actually listened to trained like words
Yeah,
and
had trained
stuff.
phrases, yeah.
Yep.
So, why is it... Why'd you let it out of the eye patch?
It's my friend now.
Your friend? You tamed it? Question mark? Pivot's kind of like skidding close to the anvil.
Tried to feed it.
I don't think that's how... Do Civilonians eat solid food?
Civilonians eat kind of... They eat other meat. They do not eat potatoes. They crunch down on the bones.
Right. You tried to feed it? What you tried to feed it?
Food.
There's different kinds of food. Do you feed it plants, meat, water? Don't do that. Just kind of watching it like fucking hover around the fridge.
Potatoes.
Vegetable. So Civilonians don't. They don't much care for plants. They prefer meat, bone, that sort of thing.
Will find food.
Yes. If you want, we don't really have any meat in the building at the moment. If you want some, you'll have to either purchase it at a city or find it yourself.
Can buy now.
Can buy it now?
I hold up the coin purse that was given to me.
Now I'm fucking
Yeah.
bitch.
This also might be this is legitimately the happiest Lookdown has ever been, by the way.
No. How did you get...
Yeah.
Pivot is fucking
Alice.
baffled that Lookdown now has more money than he's ever had once in his life.
No.
Lookdown disappears for like a week and then comes back to the pivot and is like, I have money and a pet.
I
And
got
a
money,
suit.
a pet,
And
a
a
suit.
suit.
I got a haircut. I feel great, bro. Where the fuck you go?
Let me teach you about the Grussel.
Okay. Do you know the concept of currency, buying and selling, bartering?
Yes. Rizzy taught me. Alice helped.
Don't think that one's helped once in a life, but all right.
Whoa.
Hey, I remember the party, even if you fucking don't.
Alice Slander.
Oh my god.
I'm only hearing facts right now. I don't know what you mean.
Alice Slander. Alice is so nice. She helps everybody. Yep. Not a lie.
Helps look
Yeah,
down,
with
so
a
I can't-
knife.
Help separate their vertebrae.
Yep.
Keen.
Mm-hmm.
How would one go about starting to establish trust with a Civilonian?
It takes time mostly. Lookdown really has it very much so in the clear. When he's kind of around, this Civilonian seems very comfortable. Otherwise, if he sees, if per se Lookdown left this room, with just you, he probably would hit you with a rot shot, or what was it, iris shattering rot gazer. It probably wouldn't be very good.
Yeah, it would be a very bad scenario.
It mostly takes a little bit of time, yeah.
Okay. So there's nothing really I can do to get it to not kill me on sight if Lookdown's here, not here. Or
I
at
would
least at the moment.
Yeah, I would say mostly sticking to Lookdown is probably the best way to keep it from hurting things.
Great. Okay. Look down. You
I look down.
just don't do that. You are aware of how dangerous these creatures are, yes? Please.
Yes.
So, whenever it's out and about like that, don't ever leave it alone. It seems to have imprinted upon you, so it's only going to trust you for the time being. If you leave it alone, it will just start killing things.
Okay.
I can't really. I don't speak Civilonian. I don't think. So I can't really help you commune with it. It's more like a dog. You can't really talk with it per se, but you can certainly like communicate. I don't know if that makes sense to you.
So can't understand.
It won't understand what you're saying. It only really can tell by your tone and kind of your intent.
Can help.
Can I help?
Yes.
Unfortunately, I'm not much of a beast tamer. As long as you stay calm and use a quieter tone, and when it to just like communicate with it and kind of teach it, I guess. And if it misbehaves, use a firmer or louder tone to try and corral it. I suppose it should be okay.
We'll try.
Why is it touching the forge so much? Oh god.
It starts kind of sliding across the walls, and just kind of eyeing you. It seems to be a little bit more comfortable around you. You don't really pose any type of threat to it right now. It goes right back into Lookdown's eye.
All right. Okay. Pivot is gonna like lean on the anvil as he's talking. Do you still have your eye patch, or
No.
at least a cloth? Okay. If you can get a cloth to like you were doing before to cover it, at least like while we're out and about in town or doing anything official, it would be better if you just keep it tucked away, and just yeah.
Would I have an idea that it didn't like that?
That it didn't like what? Sorry.
That it didn't like having the eye patch over it?
I wouldn't say that it probably didn't give you too much of a signal that it didn't like it, because it didn't really do anything while the eye patch was over it. It just seemed kind of panicked in the fact that it was in a new place and it hadn't seen anything for a long time. So give me a nature check.
Oh yeah, no, this is the one with the biggest minus to it. That's fine. That's like a 5, I think. Yep, I rolled a 10, got a 5. That's good.
Yeah, not really like it didn't kind of strike you that it was because of the eye patch necessarily.
To be safe.
Well, it's mainly a matter of if the Civilonian jumps out within the city and then runs off where you can't see it and then murders a child, we're gonna have some problems. So, like, if you're out and about in any public place, keeping it covered just so it's contained and not an issue for anyone would be best.
Who would win, toddler or Civilonian named princess?
It's like,
Place your bets now.
we can probably speak to Thames about getting you made a proper eye patch and not just a dirty rag. Likely actually complete the look you've got going here, I think.
Okay. Thank you.
Of course. Was there anything else you wish to discuss with me, or can I get back to... He just gives like a baleful glare over at the boxes. This.
I will later.
Alright.
And then I go to leave, and as I open the door, I turn back and just say, "Next time, I'll say bye," and then leave.
And Rizzy, all these guys have kind of made their way down by now.
I was gonna say while I'm down in the basement, I would like to collect a skull of a seizure wraith.
Okay, yeah, go for it. Collect 1 skull of seizure wraith.
4 more seizure rates pop out of the wells, you die.
You get put to sleep once again.
Sleepy guy.
He EP.
The EP.
Marth has kind of headed down to the cafeteria, and it's been a little bit. He's like, I need to go get Thames. I know Lookdown is getting pivot.
Forget. Oh crap.
I'll be back.
Look down, forgot. It's like, that's, you need anything else from me? Like, nope. All right. Back to the plans.
And you said that you're in the basement. I'm gonna have you so you kind of fix most of this.
It was getting the rubble and moving it up, so I would have to go down the basement a few times.
I'm gonna probably have you about in and around here, at least the floor, hopefully. And Marth kind of catches you on your way back in, and says, "We're gonna be heading out in a little bit. We're gonna have a group discussion. A suggestion that you made. I think it's a good one. I think from here on out that we should talk things over."
Very well. Tim's was gonna ask which one. He makes a lot of them, but then he elaborated. So, I will say, when do I need to be there?
We'll be meeting up in just a couple of minutes. Alice is back inside the cafeteria, and I'm gonna go check to see if Look Down and Pivot are ready to start things up.
Will the newcomers be joining us?
Val Rizzi's down in the cafeteria at the moment. I think it better if it just be between us. I'm gonna ask him to give us some time.
I see.
Naughty NPCs get relegated to the armory.
To the armory! Val Rizzi having to talk to these two. Hi, guys.
Ignore the skull.
Just like sitting at your side. It's pretty big, too.
Yeah, I have it on my belt right now.
No questions asked. I'll see you in a couple of minutes.
Yep. I guess I'll like put the grates that were on top of there back up and then head on over.
Oh boy. Oh no. This is gonna. Oh no.
Oh no.
This is gonna cause me anxiety. You know what? Good enough for now.
Can always reset the map later just to get it.
True. Marth begins to head upstairs, and he kind of comes across you. Look down as you're, where would you be heading?
Outside.
Oh, outside? Okay.
Yeah.
He kind of catches you, right as you're opening the door and leaving. Look down. Where are you
I
going?
look down. Need meat.
You need meat? We'll get some meat, but is this urgent? Do you need to eat right now? Has Alice not been feeding you?
Not for me.
Uh-huh. Well,
Look Down's pregnant? What the fuck?
I'm eating for two. Well, Look Down, we're going to be having our discussion in just a minute. Would you mind joining us in the cafeteria?
Look Down has a flash of recognition go across his face. Yes.
If you wouldn't mind, I can. Did you grab Pivot?
I walk over to the armor.
Oh no! And Martha is just like, oh god. You open the door again and
Seriously,
Pivot's...
who the fuck labels the shit in god tongue? It's not okay!
Need in food place.
What? Sorry, what?
Marth wants in food place.
Alright, 1 second. Puts the crate back down.
forgot to tell.
Right. All right. Do you? If it, whatever. Come on. He's heading towards the door.
Look down, leaves and goes towards the cafeteria.
Perfect.
He knows the word, but it's really hard to say, right?
And you head out of the forge, and Marth greets you and says, "It'll be just a moment. We'll be heading out briefly. I just wanted to have a conversation with you all."
Right. Pardon any of noises you hear from the forge for the next hour or so.
Yeah, no problem. Listen, I've seen a lot of stuff today. Skull, yeah.
Skull, what?
Thames grabbed one of the skulls from the basement, from the seizure rates, and I'm sure he's gonna do something with it. Maybe even put up another bust. He just looks over at the one at the throne.
I would sure as hell hope he doesn't hang the seizure rate skull above any doorway or important objects.
That's what I'm hoping to.
And he heads down. And head downstairs here. And the gang's all...
Where is he?
The gang is all here. And as Marth kind of makes his way downstairs... Wait, where did Max go? I'm gonna have Max...
vanished.
Max will be
He's
here.
teleported and just deleted.
I'll have Max kind of in the cafeteria. It's about that time of the day. Max needs a little snack. Marth looks over to Valrizzi and says, "If you would give us a couple of moments, we just have something to discuss as a group before we head back to Reddish."
Under Lookdown's breath, he just says, "These are all friends."
You... Reddish? Yeah, sure, I'll be upstairs. Just give me a holler, I guess.
Hey.
He makes his way upstairs.
Well, why are we
So
heading to
emo.
Reddish?
He was an emo boy. He sent me home anyway. We're headed to Reddish as Alice needs to bring Valrizzi back.
Bring him back? I was under the impression he would be rather shunned for leaving.
Alice?
Well, that's if they knew that he left. So,
Well, did they know?
no.
Would he have been noticed to be missing after you left?
I don't think so.
Oh, all right.
So you're sneaking him back in.
Yep.
Does he want to?
I really didn't ask. And I don't know. He's being very to himself ever since our discussion.
Well, I can try and speak with him later, I suppose.
Well, yeah, if you feel like you want to.
Anyway, Marth?
Right. Well, I guess,
Someone's gonna take a seat at the table. Not that seat, that seat.
I took a seat as well. Kind of like point it towards the group huddle.
Everybody's here?
Everybody down on one knee.
Marth kind of folds his hands and says, "I think that going forward we should have
meetings when we travel, when we make decisions. I'd like you all to have some form of input. There's a couple of things that we need to discuss.
I had an idea for a meeting room. Can I spend an undisclosed amount of gold on carpet?
And Marth is like kind of thinking to himself how much money he has, and he says, "We're probably going to have to make some money, but yes, I think that some upgrades are necessary." And he looks at the broken chair right next to him here.
Fortunately, there is priorities whenever it comes to this house.
Unfortunately, I have a priority that will likely take place over that, Tim's. Look Down needs a proper eye patch fashioned.
Look
For
Down.
your right eye, I believe, yes? Look Down?
Maybe.
Which eye did the Civilian go in?
It is the right eye, but he doesn't
Yeah.
go left and right.
Yes, the right eye.
Nothing special about it, just an eye patch.
Just a proper eye patch. If you can make it match with his current look, that'd be better, but honestly, that's secondary.
I'm not going to lie with you. That will take literally 1 minute. But yes, I can do that.
I just figured I should bring it to your attention as soon as.
He's
All
gonna
right.
question it.
Yeah, no.
No. He
So
said to
Marth.
match his look, so I'm like, yeah.
Priority number 1, get this man an eye patch.
Get this motherfucker an eye patch.
I'm here for it. It's great. Oh, fuck.
So where are we heading next, aside from Reddish?
Well, we're going to be soon heading to the border. First, we're going to stop by in Bilms, reconvene with everybody, say a couple of last goodbyes. But we, by the grace of the Creator, we have Trell's support in our endeavor. We will
We
be
have
in.
to hope newcomer does not blab our lack of forces.
Yeah, very true. We need to have everybody on the same page.
As long as we keep them away from Olividium stones and treat them well, I don't think it will be a problem for us. It's not like they're fully aware of our negotiations.
Huh? Continues eating.
Wonderful input, Max.
Max, can you please stop stuffing your face for 2 seconds? The cabbage will be there by the time we're done with our discussion.
Also, who the fuck eats raw cabbage?
I'm hungry, okay?
I was gonna say, maybe I need to just stay in Reddish. I didn't even realize Max was there, but I knew I felt something coming down here.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, Lee,
kitchen
that's
isn't
your
what it is.
decision. We are not your masters.
Marth kind of just looks to the room and says, Alice, if we are to go forward, I need to know. What were you doing in Trell? Why were you there? We covered for you, but we can't have secrets floating around. It's just not going to work.
I'm surprised you're talking to me with such ease this time compared to last time when you said that I must obey or get out.
Well, I mean, to a certain degree, things haven't changed. Everybody else in this room has been incredibly cooperative. We all have a very similar goal in mind. To you, I don't really understand. Help me understand. I want to.
Alice is sitting on her chair to where she's like kind of balancing on it, kind of to where she's just like on the back legs. And she's gonna get all 4 of the chair's legs back on the floor and sit up and say, I was there on business from my father. And that business looked exactly as the guards, the security thought it was.
You were there to infiltrate the castle and cause harm to Vinnipeng.
Yeah.
You're
Memories of your father. I can't say I'm surprised, considering that the 2 times you used me to call him, he ordered you to kill me both times.
And Marth raises an eyebrow.
And I was
So
gonna
it's
say,
gonna-
and you're still kicking.
Right.
Listen, Alice, I don't need to know realistically everything about your life. I just need to make sure that the dangerous company that we're going to be keeping is not against the better interest of our company.
Alice is gonna shrug and then pull out a rock that she still has with her and try to spin it on the table.
Alice, I need a definitive yes or no. Will you be joining us, and will you be cooperative?
Look down, starts watching the rock.
Perhaps I can even teach you the art of malicious compliance.
Oh, that's a fun one.
Alice is gonna lean back on her chair, drop the rock on the table, and say that all depends on whatever the heck is going through Rizzy's head right now.
Going through Rizzy's head?
Yep. I kind of caused a mess before I left Reddish. Not really a mess, but a mess. And now my father is in jail. And that leaves Rizzy in a very dangerous position with the people left in charge.
So, your father's a rather powerful figure in the city, no? Considering
Yeah.
you have free reign to enter and exit. So, would that not create a pretty horrible power vacuum within the city that malicious forces might use to take control, I would suppose?
Oh, he's still he
Val
may be
Rizzi
locked
is
away,
kind
but
of
he's
threat.
not out of
Wow.
touch.
So it's a for looks type of imprisonment. Okay.
We always talk about Valrezi this, Valrezi that, what Valrezi wants. Why don't we just summon him and talk to him?
I think that's a good idea. And Marth kind of slides off the table and begins heading up the stairs. And Valorissi's just kind of like, just like leaned up against like the side here, not really expecting anybody to come up. And so once Marth reaches the top, he was like, "Whoa, I wasn't listening in or anything. I just I don't really have anywhere to go. There's a couple of oddballs around the corner. They're talking about some weird shit."
I would love to hear that conversation.
That would be great.
Your
opener for the next week.
yeah, right. We'll just open it with that conversation. You're being summoned downstairs. We need to include you in on the conversation. Your name's been brought up quite a bit, so it would be good to have your input. If you would join us.
Yeah, of course.
And he heads back downstairs, and Valrizi kind of sits in the corner here.
Look down is now trying to balance a chair and falling over.
Look down, and I was not the time to be trying to learn that.
I look down and say, okay.
Yeah, if you fall, you fall on me. So anytime you try to start falling, tends to just push you forward.
Just give you a little tap forward.
And every time he says thank you.
Valrizi, you've been brought up quite a bit in this conversation. Alice was giving us a little bit of detail as far as what Reddish is like, what her father's situation is, and explain, if you would, what the current situation is in Reddish.
Yeah, the balance in power in Reddish is pretty sketchy. For a long time, there was kind of an illusion of power, one would say. The Findle family has kind of always dominated that category. The other Vals were pretty much along for the ride. It's caused quite a rift in the Vals. For me, I personally don't really care. I just want to see Reddish flourish. But everybody serves their own self-interest in Reddish.
I'm sorry, did you say Findle?
Yeah, Gortez Findle.
That's a name.
Alice, your last name is Findle?
Alice is just still like rocking on the chair and says, yeah.
Right. Go ahead, Rizzy. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No,
Can I do an
it's...
intent check on Marth?
Yeah.
I would like to join Pivot in that sentiment.
30-20.
Jeez.
Let's go.
What you
That's
got,
an
Mr.
18.
Tears? Oh, perfect. Okay. Both of you kind of gleam that the name Findle kind of rung a bell in Marth's mind, as if he's very familiar with it.
How interesting.
Would Findle ring a bell? In Thames's head, given solely its fuckery.
In Thames's head, let's see. Findle would not. You've never run across any Findles, at least.
Yeah, Pivot wouldn't know a damn thing, so.
Maxwell. Yo!
Maxwell.
My old buddy I used to go to school with was a Findle.
Oh, that explains a lot.
No, not Gortez Findle. It was Landon Findle.
Landon Findle. Oh my god.
You know what? Land on D's.
You know, I was hoping, Rizzy, that there would be some hope for Reddish to be a part of our efforts. Is that not a possibility?
It kind of depends if you want a bunch of crooks, if you want a bunch of kind of shady people. There's some good people in Reddish, not for nothing. There's a really nice community of people in Reddish at its base. But they've not seen freedom for quite a long time. They've all been stuck up in the the melting pot of corruption for quite some time. I would say yes. I would say that there's some really good people in Reddish, but there's also some really bad ones.
And the majority of those in power are the bad ones.
Bingo.
Like the one who has put a target on Rizzy's back.
So assuming we approached Reddish and attempted to enlist their aid, it would likely that they would be trying to use us and stab us in the back for their own gain. At least the upper echelons.
Yeah, these people look to manipulate anybody. A kid, cat, you name it. These people are crazy.
Piv is going to turn to Marth.
You want to
Frankly,
go
Mark.
back?
What'd you say, Tim? Sorry.
Oh, he's just asking if you wanted to go back, but Rathia can continue.
Frankly, Marth, until the situation with Reddish is, or the situation within Reddish is further resolved, I don't think enlisting their aid would be beneficial for us, no matter their resources.
I think that's wise, yeah.
You were saying something, Tibbs?
Well, Rizzy, you want to go back, according to Alice? Well, the sound of it sounds like you detest the place.
You know, Reddish has always been a home to me, and part of me really does love it. I've never had any other place to call home, to be fair. There's a lot of people that I genuinely care about in Reddish. I got my girls back home, and they would, well, I would just say that their lives were pretty bad back before I opened up the Hungry Abrasion. So, I mean, a part of me hates Reddish with a passion, but another part of me wants to see it succeed. I want to see some of those good people get out of there.
So is it bringing you back and us leaving, or is it more of a rescue mission?
Well, if I'm gonna be honest,
And he kind of like kind of brings his hands to his chest.
if we wanted to do anything about Reddish, we'd have to, well, kick Alice's old man out of power.
And Alice, what say you about that?
Alice is thinking about the riches that she was going to get.
Priorities.
And then she sits back down and spins her rock again. And says, That's a hard question to answer, Thames.
And your father, does he know anything about us? About what you're doing with
No.
us? Oh.
No. He knows of Look Down,
I look down.
but
You've
not
seen
even
my face.
anything more than he came with me in the city.
I think we would have a hard time trying to bring Alice along with us in war efforts if she's what is it that your father he has you go out often?
When things are needed to be done.
Hmm.
I mean, I was gone for a while when I was with you guys the first time.
True.
I was sent here to kill what's her face? I already forgot her name. And she's gonna point up the stairs.
Totally it.
Yeah, that's who it was. See, a job is a job. Once it was over, I forgot everything.
Look down, get stiff at the mention of her name.
Well, we'll bring you back to Reddish. Don't give us an answer right now, but after a little bit of consideration, if you do wish to come with us, you might have to convince your father of some way for you to go into Mechlite. We're going to be gone for quite some time.
Assuming the backlash for not completing the objective in Trail is... Well, assuming that's manageable.
Yeah.
Or at the very worst, perhaps thinking about what the partnership would be like without the other half of it.
And Max just like kind of like goes, yeesh.
Valrizzi,
Yeah.
do you think you would be able to do more good for your people from within the city or from without?
I think probably within the city. These guys need me. Need someone to look out for them.
I would agree with that. Do you think you've been noticed for being gone?
Jeez. Yeah. I don't think that there's, probably... I mean, if I'm lucky, no. But if, yeah. I mean, one of the Vals is locked up right now. There's no Val meetings going on. Perhaps they're not even looking for me. That's what I have to kind of bank my hope on. Otherwise, I most likely have been spotted not inside the city.
Your people would not report on you?
My girls wouldn't. No.
Would the people reject you if they knew you had been outside the walls?
No. I think that, a lot of them would be pretty happy about it. We've had quite a few conversations, a couple sit-down dinner meetings, and we always chat about what the outside world might be like. I think they'd be pretty happy. It's the Vals that would be a bit temperamental about it, so to say.
Would any have been amenable to it? At least willing to accept?
There was,
And he kind of like shudders a little bit.
yeah, there was one. Valperot.
Vendel?
He thought it was a good idea for people to begin looking outside the city, getting comfortable. He wanted to expand. Findle and Val Timpino were both against the measure. They said it was too soon. But not for nothing. You can't trust Valperot. Well, I mean, you can throw him pretty far, but I wouldn't probably throw him very far or trust him at all. No, that man is no good.
Alright. How would you, if the Vals knew of it, how would you explain your absence to them?
I would sweet talk him, give up some of my fortune. A lot of these Vals get away with murder, so I don't see why leaving the city is any worse than that. We try to keep things under the rug. At least mine is fairly innocent. I would have to try to talk my way out of it.
I would be wary of Valfindel, however. I wouldn't be surprised if he has you killed to control information about the outside.
Don't worry about Cortez. I can keep myself safe.
So, that's the plan then. We'll bring you back and try to get you back within the city walls. Unless you're staying or going is up to you at that time. After which point, Marth, are we planning further than that, or will we discuss that when we get there?
I think we'll discuss things once we get our decision from Alice. For now, let's head back to Reddish.
Very well.
Say the word and we pull up, fam.
And let's see. As far as I'm sure you're probably bringing him back alone, Alice. Yes. Or are you bringing him back with Maxwell?
I just drop Max off. He just appeared.
Just drop Max and Reddish.
And one day Maxwell appeared
Drop
in the
him
city.
Hopefully don't
Unbeknownst.
drop him off while we're in the sky.
Woo!
We're in the sky.
So you're probably bringing him back alone.
Yeah.
Okay. I have the player screen here. Quick. Put on the Reddish music.
While we go, can I start working on the Marauder armor?
Yes, I would say you actually have a decent amount of time to actually work on it. So I would say you have all the materials, right?
I believe so. I'll be able to check, but also I'll make the eye patch because it probably won't take long at all.
Oh yeah, Thames just like fashions it up quickly. There you go.
Nobody even fucking questioned, like, why does he need an eye patch?
Why is that such a dire need?
Yeah, Tim's didn't care. He's like, okay, you want it? Sure.
All right, just loading up the map here. And as you kind of get closer to the city itself, Marth makes sure to park the castle a little ways outside the city so they don't see a giant castle floating towards their city.
I do have the materials. We
Perfect.
It's mainly iron.
I would say, yeah, you can probably build the entire set.
Let's go. I'll even put it on for just in case because of Reddit.
Let's go, baby. And as the castle kind of comes down, you and Valrizzi start to make yourselves ready to leave, and Marth kind of approaches you at the door and says, "Should you need anything, just come back here. We'll be waiting. Just give us a sign."
How old are you? Are you French?
Are you French? How old are you? Are you French? What is your name?
And as you, oops, make clear fog of war here. Disable fog of war. Let's see, notes, Alice, and Rizzy.
Wait.
Yep.
I don't like how that gate looks.
Before Alice leaves, she's gonna hear Marth's words and ask for him and Pivot to come with her.
Marth and Pivot?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Yep. All right. Let's do it.
You know, fuck it, we ball, I guess.
Oh man, no delving in Reddish.
Why not bring the whole party? Why not bring everybody?
Bring everybody.
Okay, let's go. That's what I like to hear.
Max included?
Max included, yeah.
Especially Max.
Max
Maybe he'll
included.
get lost somewhere. He'll get lost in the freaking the greenhouse.
Oh my god, there's a lot of drugs. Let's see.
Max, no!
Look, Max is mostly safe when inside the castle. When he's outside of the castle, there's a variance that happens. That variance can lean in Alice's favor.
I have a +8 to intimidation now. Let's go.
That's
Oh.
massive. And
very well played. As you kind of start to approach Reddish, you give me an observe.
Can I look for fires?
Yeah, give me an observation.
See if they're
Oh my
still
God, more
there.
fires.
Well, there was fires
This
when I
whole
left.
time that we've been gone.
The second
like
you
a
left, the
17.
whole place got fucking immolated.
I mean, it's probably all gone, but look down's like, last time I was here, there was fires. I wonder if they're still here. Doesn't have any concept of time. Hello?
What were the sorry? What were the rolls?
17.
I got a 17.
Whoa!
Whoa!
So as you, not even extremely close to the city itself, a decent whiles out, you start to smell smoke.
That's a bad sign.
Oh no.
And as you kind of start to encroach in on the city and get very close, the smoke becomes more and more pungent. And you approach the gates, and you see that the gates have been broken through. As you kind of peer through the gates, you see several Patovian New Order soldiers, along with Troxy, fighting off what seemed to be several of the casino workers.
Oh my God.
What's the play, Findle?
I was just gonna book it in.
Alice, you
I look right after her.
you book it right in, and seeing your kind of pace, I mean, Rizzy is right behind you. He's like completely taken, very sad. Marth will make his way through.
Yeah, I'll follow too.
Max is gonna be matching your very husky. Just. And you make your way in here, and Troxy turns to you and says, "Oh, Findle, thank God you're here. We're under attack."
Alice is kind of stunned and says, What happened?"
While you were gone, Perot, Timpino, they started torching the city. Your father, he's holed up. He's holed up in the mansion, but they set that ablaze too.
Alice runs.
You start to run, and a couple of the mob try to
Look
kind
down's
of
right
keep
behind.
you in place here, and are going to try to do combat with you. Engage in combat. Everybody roll for initiation. Let's see. Let's get.
Knew
Yeah.
this shit was a bad idea.
13.
16.
The song.
The song Bayou's kind of loud. All right, sorry. Give it to me one more time.
Got a 4.
16.
I'm trying to remember. Keen, did I end up reading Octavium?
Yes. Yep.
Excellent.
And then what was everybody else's roll? Sorry. Thames
13.
and Pivot.
7.
Okay, 7. We roll for Rizzy and the monsters. Where'd I put my D20? Awesome. Okay, Rizzy gets the 9. Maxwell, 14. Actually, you know what? Yeah, this is fine. Marth, 18. Patovian New Order. Patovian New Order and Troxy I'm going to put in the same.
I really thought it was gonna be whatever creature was scratching at the door asking for Alice got in.
Yeah, I was thinking that too.
Yo, why didn't we think both of them could have just fucking been in on it? Why was it only...
I think Valentino got mind controlled.
Mm.
And 10.
That would be highly likely. But they also could just be in on it. Who knows?
They're in cahoots.
Or
She certainly doesn't like Findle.
Marth is going to start off. He is going to make his way over to the mob. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I'm actually going to have him positioned behind the mob. It's just going to dash right behind the mob here to try to keep them from loitering.
Those miscellaneous workers are also in the fight? Or?
These ones are all, they're grayed out. I know you probably, it's hard to tell. Desaturated. All these desaturated ones are dead.
I gotcha.
Okay.
I'll actually just just for visual purposes.
With the blue light, it's hard to tell.
Yeah.
It's over the cobblestone.
Look down. It is your turn.
I assume that I'm like a tag behind Alice as we're running forward in. As soon as he makes an aggressive move to stop towards her, I get behind her, jump up over top of her, and then just come down on the guy with the ice dragon fang.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I'll move these guys. Like, we'll do this. We'll keep them in this square here, so they're nice and close. And then you put yourself right here. Give me a hit roll.
That's a miss on the ice dragon fang.
What did you roll?
A 7.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Next attack, another 7.
Rip Rooney. Anything else with your turn? Any more movement?
Nah, that's it.
Okay. It is Max's turn. Yep, Maxwell. Maxwell is going to 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Yeah, he's just going to have to dash to get into place and get around here and end his turn.
He's actually going to try and get in there.
Maxwell starts to unbutton his jacket.
He saw Marth get in there, so he's got to...
My lord, my warrior spirit, take my energy! So Thames, as well as the Troxy and the Patovian New Order, you all have the same role in the initiation, which gives us Unity dice. So the way Unity dice are going to work here is because you all rolled the same for initiation. You are going to have whatever you rolled for initiation be an additive for your dice. For hit rolls, for damage rolls, but you have to use it before the hit roll, and you can add it onto your damage if you like. And you split so you all have 13 total between the 3 units. So, like, if you wanted to use 4 of it, Thames, you could use 4 of it, and then everybody else would have 9 left over.
Could I just steal all 13?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can go for it.
Okay.
You don't owe these people anything.
I don't think I can actually get right next to them, so I think I have to dash first.
20, 25. And I was gonna say, since you know it's the first turn, it's the Unity dice. We're just gonna make it happen. Go ahead and go for your attack. I'll give you your attack this time.
I'll use the bill hook. No Bankai today.
It's hit roll for the bill hook. Are you adding anything to it?
No, I'm just using the unarmored.
Okay.
Yeah, the dice of the Haunted Man can be used after, so I'll just save those. 8, I got a 12.
A 12 hits.
Okay, so I'm gonna put all 13 points into damage.
Okay, I'm here for it. Let's go.
Then I'll add one dice of a haunted man onto the damage as well.
Okay, go ahead and read Dice of a Haunted Man for chat, since I don't think anybody's heard it yet.
Okay, let's see. Gain the use of 3d6 to add to any roll. Can be used separately or together. Once used, can only be regained from a long rest.
Perfect.
So I got 2d or 2d4 plus 1d6. Yeah, that's a lot of damage. Hold on.
I'm excited. Dun, 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 dun.
I want to see the one shot.
It's my favorite song.
It's not the hey hey.
Hey, hey.
Hey hey.
They'll take 60 damage if they're unarmored.
Holy 60 damage. Okay. With one very mighty cleave. Holy moly, that's a lot of damage. You kill quite a few of these units in one fell swoop of your swing. Yeah, a couple of them just die right on impact.
Just imagine it stabbing through, momentum still going, stabbing into the next one, momentum still going, stabbing
Yeah,
into
yeah,
the next
just
one.
just running right forward with that dash momentum that you had, and just going right into a new person, one after another.
Fucking apocalypse be like.
Anything else with your turn temps?
Along with the armor and all that, can I, like, with a growl, be like, stand down or die?
And they see you in this terrifying armor, and whew, man, they've never seen a Turliad before. They've never seen you before, any of you people, and they just got ambushed. Give me an intimidation check.
That is a 27.
Yeah, they are mortified. They definitely. I'm gonna give them the fear debuff specifically for you. And Troxy is going to, since she's right next to him here, I have Troxy open. Perfect. She is going to attempt to strike them with her Iron Halberd. She misses with a 3, and then as a bonus action, she's going to ready a block with her Copper Shield.
That is so impractical.
Yep. Patovian New Order mob gets 3 actions here. Oops. They are going to attack with an iron sword, an iron bayonet, and then, yeah, I think they'll just attack with their other one as well. They also deal, they have a skill called Crowd Quelling. The mob does 3 extra damage to other mobs. They're meant to kind of take care of large crowds. The first one misses with an 8. Second one hits with a 10, right? Let me see. AC. Yeah, actually just hits with a 10. The bayonet. Steel dagger is going to miss with a 9. So 4d4 piercing. Can you roll 4d4s for me, Josh?
You got it.
Do, do, do.
11.
11 damage. Soak half of it. Okay. And it is it is the mob's turn. The casino workers mob here are going to on each of their rolls here, they're gonna attack first of all. Oops. Let me get everything back by the screen here. With each of their attack rolls, they're going to use Lucky Draw, which is one of their skills. Each attack unit can roll 3d4. If none of them are the same, the unit will automatically miss their next attack. 2 of them are the same, they'll gain +5 to a hit. If all of them are the same, they will automatically crit their next attack. Can you roll 3d4 for me, Josh? And then +5 damage on the crit as well.
10.
What did you get for the rolls, though, specifically? The dice? Did any of them match?
2. There were 2 4s.
Okay. So 2 of them are the same. They gain +5 to hit. They're going to attempt to attack. They're going to attempt to attack Look Down here with. We'll go with a dagger here. +5. That's a 19 altogether.
Yep.
1d4 to you. 1d4 dex.
2.
Perfect. 2 damage. They are going to next throw a poison grenade. A grenade. They're going to throw a poison grenade at Alice. Let me just roll the hit really quickly here. Yep, they definitely get the poison grenade. Alice, give me a grenade that spreads 5 feet out per turn, max to 15 feet. Any target inside must roll a con saving throw of 13 or higher, or take minor poison damage each turn inside of it.
I catch it.
No!
Oh. I got a 4.
So you're going to take minor poison damage, which I think, if I remember correctly, is 5 damage. Rules, negative status effects. Poison is 5 damage, yeah. So you're going to take 5 poison.
Okay.
And their last attack, they are going to... They're going to attempt to strike Marth with a barbed dagger. They're going to give me 3d4s, Josh, and let me know if any of them match.
Wow. Yeah, I did the same exact roll. 2 4s.
2 4s, so they get a +5 to this. They miss with a 7. Okay, and that is their turn. It goes to R. Rizzy. It goes to Mr. Val Rizzard. 10, 15, 20, 25. He's going to attempt to strike them with his leg blade. He just, I don't know how he does it. He keeps buying new pants and then kind of wrecking the pants. He attempts to hit them with his leg iron blade. And he misses with an 8. And it is Pivot's turn.
Excellent. So, I have a question on how this will work.
Yes.
Vital mark. Cast to hit a number of targets, but this is a mob. So how would that work?
So I will tell you right now, in terms of how many are available in the mob, there's only 2 of them left alive at this point.
So I would cast for each individual member within the mob?
I would say, since mobs work in 3 turns, if you want to, if you could cast it at 1, and it would take probably... That's a really good question. Yeah, I would say individually.
Okay.
But they'll take damage as a whole, yeah.
So, tier 2 to get 2 shots.
Okay.
Alright, we'll cast the first shot. That is a 10 to hit.
10 hits, yep.
All right, second shot. 4.
Unfortunate.
All right, so the first deals 2 damage. Wonderful.
2 damage.
So one dude's hit for 2 damage. And is now marked. So all their organs lit up like a fucking Christmas tree, I guess. If they're hit at any point after that, they'll take an additional 10 damage, and any physical attacks will crit on a 17 to 20.
I do have to unfortunately inform you that the 2 damage that you dealt to that one guy, he Wilhelm screams and dies. It was just enough damage to kill that one guy, and they shrink down to just a regular token. But that guy can be beaten to shit. You can overkill him Final Fantasy style if you want.
Well, I can't anymore. Well.
Alice.
I am gonna dip my dagger in my bottle of poison, and I'm gonna go in to stab him.
Okay.
Slice him, cut him up.
Come
Like
right to
poison
the
with
side
poison.
here. Give me a hit die.
I got a 12.
12 will hit.
Yeah. And a... Hang on. I got a 3.
3 damage, and they are... is there a saving throw for the poison? Did I make one?
No, you just gave me a bottle of poison.
Okay. Perfect. I'm gonna say it'll probably be in the same... in and around... Yeah, basic poison. I'm gonna give the con saving throw 13. They fail with a 10, so they are poisoned. All right. And they will take that damage on their next turn. And it is back to top of the order with Marth. Marth is going to run in and swing Didamia.
Kill this child, dude.
Time to die. This poor guy is not looking so good. he's mortified.
The squad was like rolled up. They're like, "Yeah, we got this. We totally just overwhelmed the order." And then just 8 people just like stormed in like, "Hey!"
That is a 19. All right, Didamia. All right, roll me 4d4s, Josh.
You get it. Okay, there's a 6. Wow. Nothing but 3s, baby.
Huh?
12.
12.
Literally nothing but 3s.
12 plus, all right, plus the 4. That is actually more than enough to actually kill this guy here. Marth raises Didamia into the air and brings it right down across the spine of this man, kind of opens up his spine, leaving it very exposed, and just kind of gives him a big kick onto the ground, leaving him lifeless and dead. All right. Welcome to Reddish.
You just ganged up on him.
And Troxy runs up to you and says, "Thank you so much, Miss Fendel. We would have had quite a difficult time dealing with all of them in time."
Alice is just gonna say, "He's in the manor."
He's in the manor. Also, there was something that I'll bring your attention to it later.
Alice is
Go
just
save
gonna
your
book
dad.
it.
Perfect. You book
Can you
it.
believe it? Look down runs after Alice.
Perfect.
Shocker.
What would the rest of you like to do?
I assume you're the guard captain? This pivot's walking up to her.
Yes. Troxy Sparks.
What's the other matter?
There was something that broke in. Some kind of horrifying monster. We had seen it at the gate before. It made its way just to the western part of the northwestern part of the city, over by the fires.
The question is, do we split up and try to tackle both things, or hit it one at a time?
That's a tough choice.
Because these two are.
Yeah, they're gone.
Yeah, we're.
I don't know. I feel like we're pretty apt at monster containment, given our track record. And the other ones tend to be more apt at people containment, given their track record.
Alright, we'll do this. Marth, Max, Thames, we'll go deal with the monster. Guard Captain, you and yours can go support Findles. Rizzy, do as you please.
And Marth and Max both nod, and they start kind of making their way. These two are going to start to follow and support. There'll be like a round or two back. So from what you can see, let me see. Actually, 1 second. I just need to make sure that you guys don't have a vision of this just yet. Hide player screen. Oonga boonga.
Oh, no!
My vision.
Visions
He
of
took it
Reddit.
away.
What the fuck? Michael, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, I know. I've been looking. I don't know. I feel weird.
I saw that image and I saved it for this particular situation.
For this moment, in this moment only.
You two have run pretty far this way. So as you can see in the city, towards the northwest, there are quite a few fires here. Just kind of
Oh, just a couple.
pluming. Just a couple.
Oh, yeah, just a few.
Just a few.
Just
couple.
a little bit of engulfed, and you two
Oh
are.
no, not the drug operation.
Saw that in Breaking Bad.
Rizzy is going to attempt to catch up with you here. He's going to run after you guys. Be a
Damn,
little
he's
bit farther
fast.
behind. I mean, that man's got the NPC run. Alice said it before. That man is fast as fuck, boy. And
Are Troxy and the guard going to support them?
yeah, they're gonna be behind, probably in and around where Rizzy is for support. So they'll be there. You four, make your way this way. And as you're
Ernie
kind of,
really wanted to take Max.
you wanted to take Max.
I
considered sending Marth and Max with you and taking the guard for ourselves, but I figured the other way around.
Max opens his raincoat like a cape and starts flying. And he's like, "I am the knight." As you're kind of running through the city here, you see quite a few people kind of out on the streets. Some of them have been shanked. Some of them are bleeding out on their own lawn. Loved ones are kind of holding on to one another as they just see the horrors that are happening throughout the city. A couple of people are even just kind of just dead.
Hey, wait a minute.
Is the Restro okay?
The Risto is indeed unharmed. It is not
Oh,
set on
thank goodness.
fire.
Nothing
Apparently
else
the
matters.
name's grammatically incorrect, but we'll deal with
Yeah,
that.
I can't, dude. Oh man, I'm so sad that I started putting him in and then noticed that. You hop the actually you can't really hop these fences. I mean, you might be able to climb over, which end up
I
doing
mean,
because
it
these.
depends what they're made of. Thames could just delete them.
That is true. These are indeed metal fences. This is all metal fencing.
Thankfully, metal fences tend to not do very well against metal hammers, so...
Give it a big old strike.
Attack roll.
Yep.
Got you, fam. Say they name and we slide.
Son of a bitch.
I hate that so much.
I got an 11.
Oh, yeah, perfect. You kind of smash right through the fencing here, and make it kind of big enough for everybody to go through.
Pivot hops through with absolutely no problem because he's tiny.
Maxwell gets caught on one of the wires. Oh, we got it! Let's see. As you're kind of approaching this area of town here, the smoke is more and more kind of intoxicating. It is very, very hard to kind of keep your breath as you start to approach this area. But as you do, everybody give me an observation check.
Oh, come on.
14.
Perfect. And let me give one to Max as well here.
I rolled a 2, so that's a 7.
Thames, you're actually the only one to spot this, probably because you're on the other side of the building here. But as you're approaching and everybody else spots it afterwards, you see a gigantic creature hovering over quite a few dead bodies that seem to be a bunch of thugs. Several dead bodies strewn throughout the lawn just outside of this this giant fiery inferno, and it is eating them.
Damn. I think we finally found the thug hunter, fellas.
The shaker himself.
It doesn't seem to kind of spot you right away from this distance.
I'll, point it out and say, that seems to be the problem.
You kind of peer around the corner here, Pivot.
Oh, yep, certainly is. Do I recognize it at all?
Who? Are you specifically looking to know if you know the monster?
Yeah, I'll do a nature check.
Yeah.
Just asking if it's common Monsterpedia or not.
Not this. Nope.
Alright, so that would be plus 3, that's a 13.
Is that?
What the fuck is that?
What was it altogether? Sorry.
It's big.
13.
So you have not seen this type of monster before, but from what you can kind of spy, its features, it has a lot of beast-like features. It's on all fours, hunched over. It is gigantic. This thing has what looks like human hair, as well as quite a few, almost like blight-like, kind of tendrils coming off of it that seem to be kind of dissipating in the air like spores.
Ew.
So it seems like kind of reanimated, kind of planty.
Yeah, it seems like it has maybe a little bit of a plant-like element to it. It seems like this, whatever it is, probably morphed kind of into being.
So we'll try fire, I guess.
I mean, it's kind of made of fire.
Is it? I thought it was like more...
This is kind of, it's more of like a plant-like, yeah.
Oh, okay. I was looking at that, I was like, that looks like a blue flame.
Yeah,
It does have that
it looks
like
like it, but
ethereal
it
kind
looks
of
more
flame.
like gas, yeah.
Let's see.
Guess-
That's the thing that was saying Alice.
Yep.
Scratch up the doors.
Alice.
That would be the thing. Yes, indeed.
This is a lot less dangerously cute than I thought it was gonna be.
It's actually your
It's gonna be, like,
grandpa.
a big beast.
Alice, it's
actually
been so
pretty
long.
Alice, I haven't seen you in a while, Alice. Stop
Thames,
by.
you got any method of applying flame? Other than yourself?
I have these, and I'll point out some fire arrows.
They're arrows or crossbow bolts?
They're arrows.
Oh, unfortunate. Well, if you can hit it with fire, that might be a good idea. It seems rather plant-like.
Maxwell, I know you have booze on you.
He just like he has his like hands folded in his jacket. He's like, "What? What do you mean by that?"
It's a good flammable substance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You're not wrong. All right. I'll see if I can set it on fire.
Do not do that alone. We just need you to throw alcohol on it.
No, we
Right.
can work together for this. Okay.
You say the word and I'll go.
I said we sliding.
Stop.
Why are you like this?
You fell.
Okay. Pivot's going to chug down the Bilm's Arcane Serum.
Okay.
So that'll give me free level 1 spells for the next 12 hours.
That is great.
That's going to help a lot trying to save several civilians later. Alright.
I think I already drank the... Did I drink the hefty stamina potion and the Caesar race fight? 'Cause I did not delete it from my sheet.
Yes, you did.
Yes. Which is very useful, actually.
Alright, Pivot's going to try to creep up to this house in front of him, just so he's a bit closer, so he's in range to cast spells.
Okay. You creep up to the house here, and how far away are we? Let's just look at the measurement tools.
So I understand this tile set's maybe a little bit bigger than normal.
5, 10, 15, 20. I'm gonna say just give me a stealth check.
Sure thing. Very good. 19.
Perfect. Yeah, you sneak up into the onto the house side here undetected.
Alright. Pivot's gonna look back at the group, just make sure they're ready to roll.
Yeah, I'll try to get into a position where I can, like, run up on it so I don't have to spend, like, 4 turns running up to it. Like, maybe to the house to the right of it.
Yeah, you want to go, like, in this house line and up?
Yeah, and then over to, like, that little house that's off to the left of that house line.
This one over here?
Yeah.
Okay. So I will say,
Between.
as you're trying to creep up, once you reach the stone, just give me a sneak.
Prage.
I'm going to add a dice of 100 into that one.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Because I technically rolled a 16, but with Tim's I rolled an 11. So.
Oh boy. You roll a 16 altogether.
Okay,
right?
it is now a 16. I rolled a 5 on the d6.
This thing actually does spot you.
Damn.
It hears you just very lightly tap against the stone here. And it swings its head around, and as it does so, it looks like its jaw is kind of just off to the side and unhinged almost. It looks like it's barely holding on, and it starts kind of mumbling something.
I imagine while everyone else is moving into position, it's about time to start sliding.
Yep. Pivot's preparing another vital mark, level 1.
Okay. Let's see. Martha's going to, as you're kind of doing what you're doing, he's going to probably head down to this house here. Across the road. Let's see what his stealth is. He actually rolls pretty well. 16. It notices Marth as well. It doesn't seem overtly like it's trying to come at you, though. It's just looking around at both of you as you're crossing the roads. Maxwell's going to get to the side here with you. It kind of ducks its head and it begins eating once more, looking around every so often, and then going back to eating.
Does this thing seem more intelligent than simply primal instinct? I don't know if I can really tell that just by looking at it, but the way it's reacting.
The way it's reacting, it seems like it's... give me an intent check, actually.
All right. Nat 20.
Hey, okay, perfect. Yeah, it seems like it's kind of acknowledging, almost to a very more intelligent than a monster, like, fashion, and kind of just acknowledging that you're there and just kind of sizing you up and going back to eating. It doesn't really seem like it wants to do anything to you.
Okay. Pivot's going to step out from behind the house.
Mm-hmm.
And start to slowly approach it.
You-
He's kind of just got his hands out. He's gonna like only really get to the road before he stops, like so, just to up to the right. And he's going to address the creature.
Okay.
Can you speak? Can you understand me?
It seems like when it goes to talk, its chin is just kind of so far down and dislodged that it has trouble forming actual words.
Hold your hand to the air if you can understand and respond to me.
It very uncomfortably kind of leans down into the ground with its 3 legs and brings its arm up into the air. Seems very disconfigured.
All right, you may drop it. That's all I need.
Brings the arm back down right on top of the head of one of the mobs, crushing it like a pumpkin.
What is your grievance against the city? If you can gesture.
The creature turns and just slowly makes its way over to the gates and starts clawing at it.
Do you want it destroyed?
The creature turns and shakes its head, and kind of from under a tuft of fur, reaches one of its arms back and brings out a pouch and drops it on the ground. And as it drops on the ground, you see a lot of gold.
Was paid to?
You were paid to assault the city?
The creature shakes its head no.
Paying
And-
for what's inside.
The creature nods. And then they begin just very casually walking this direction towards the northern part of the town. Up this way.
Can I tell how burning that thing is?
How what it is? Burning?
How burning? Yeah.
Oh, inside here? Yeah, I mean, it's pretty apparent, even without a check. You can see the flames absolutely engulfing this place.
So there's no chance to even get in and look at what's there.
Yeah, it would be, I mean, you'd be getting burnt just kind of entering the area.
Just opening the damn door.
Yeah.
Alright. Pivot's kind of gonna gesture for the others to follow, and he's gonna try to follow the beast. To see what it does, I guess.
I'll follow.
Perfect. You start to follow relatively far behind from the beast here. And it brings you up towards the top side of town, and begins to go up to this this rubble.
Pivot will try to approach it.
You get probably on the road here. You get a little bit closer here, and you see the giant creature kind of climbs on top of the dilapidated walls a little bit and starts digging through some of the rubble.
Is there something here you need?
The monster doesn't really answer you. Seems like it's searching for something. After probably about 30 seconds, it kind of stumbles across something and brings its kind of giant maw up, and inside of its mouth is like a teddy bear. It seems to be kind of torn up, burnt, as well as most of the stuff inside this area is burnt.
It is Breaking Bad.
Did you used to live here?
The monster drops down from the wall and puts the teddy bear down in front of them. And you can see that if there were tears to be able to form in this thing's eyes, they probably would be there. And they put their giant misshapen hands on top of their head and duck it into the ground.
Okay. Looking at its jaw,
Mm-hmm.
is there... If I tried to use healing magic on it, would I possibly be able to repair it to restore its ability to speak?
Ooh. Hoo. There's a chance for it. I would give it a shot.
Alright, Pivot's gonna start to slowly approach. You can understand me. I want to try to fix your jaw so that you can speak and communicate with me. Will you permit this?
The monster kind of seems to not respond right away. Takes the kind of pouch of gold and drops it on the ground and kind of looks just right directly at you.
Where's Alice?
And you mentioning Alice's name, the monster gets kind of right up on all fours and like excitedly kind of walks over to you.
Oh god. You came here seeking Alice?
Yeah.
Do you intend to hurt her?
The monster once again kind of pushes the gold forward. Oh, and shakes its head. No.
No. Do you know of her father?
The monster gets very quiet at the mention of her father and starts to back away. You see the...
Pivot, like, holds his hands up, like, kind of placatingly.
You hold your hands up. It doesn't seem to want to stop. It backs away, and the kind of very white, glowing eyes that it has slowly start to kind of get encased in a very vicious red.
So you wish to protect Alice? That's what he says.
In a sense, maybe, yeah.
I can take you to Alice.
You mention Alice again, and the kind of whites in its eyes reappear, and its jaw swings up almost into a grin, and it starts kind of clawing at the ground excitedly.
we were pushing the gold forward. Do you want me to take that or keep it?
And once more, the monster looks over to the gates.
Payment
stairs.
for whatever is in there. I understand. Oh man. Would you allow me to try to repair your jaw?
And very cautiously, it lowers its head down to the ground.
Alright. So Pivot will step forward and cast Heal the Fox to try and repair his jaw.
All right, perfect. Go ahead and roll for it.
Alright. That is a 29.
Perfect. Yep, that'll do it.
Success. Heal itself. Eight.
Yeah, you kind of directly touch the jaw itself, and with a crack, you hear it kind of snap back into place. And the monster begins kind of heavily breathing, in almost relief.
Better? Good. Good. You wish to be taken to Alice?
Alice. Alice. Friend Alice. Alice, give more. I give more.
And the monster places the gold on the ground.
Where, Alice? Where?
Oh man, this is gonna be so fucked up. Okay. Alright. Follow me.
Ooh. You turn and start to walk, and as this is happening, ooh man, what are we looking at? We're looking at 4 hours. Do you want combat, Alice, and look down, or would you like to end it there and pick it up?
I need to end it here.
Perfect. Oh yeah, it is 12:30.
Honest.
That is a-okay. We will end it right there, as we have Pivot walking this monster towards Alice and look down. And whew, I'm excited to see what's going to go on in the next episode. Thank you so much for joining. I really appreciate it, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all enjoyed this evening of Marth's Dungeon. This is going to be probably the closing areas, these last couple episodes of Reddish, the Reddish arc. And yeah, I will be doing a watch party for this. Let's see, let's think. I can't do it Sunday. I think Saturday, but I'm going to keep you guys updated. It's either going to be Saturday or Monday. We're going to be doing a watch party in the Discord. If anybody ended up missing this, they can catch it up there. But yeah, really fun episode with a lot of cool things in it. I will be catching you all tomorrow in some form or another. There's also going to be another short coming out at 8 a.m. Tomorrow as well. Probably some more Baldur's Gate shorts. And lastly, Starforge systems. Make sure to pick yourself up a Starforge system. Nightbot pops it into chat every once in a while. Just click that link, head right over. Get yourself a nice Starforge PC. But I really appreciate, lastly, for all of you joining. And I hope you all have a lovely rest of your evening. As always, stay beautiful, my friends. Peace.